the Pistons. We need it.
Why?
They lost the Heat.
Oh, well, okay. Well, even more reason not to talk about it. Chris Carlin tweeted last night, TJ greater than JJ. Not close in reference to TJ Watt and JJ Watt. But what is he talking about here? I don't understand how it's not close between TJ and JJ Watt. JJ Watt is a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. He won 3 in 4 years. We're going to just pretend like that didn't happen. We're going to pretend like TJ Watt is all of a sudden blowing him out of the water and is a big runaway. I don't know what Chris Carlin's talking about.
Do you realize how impressive it is that TJ Watt and JJ Watt could be used in the same sentence outside of the fact that they're brothers? Like, TJ Watt's career is so great that we now have the right to at least do the compare and contrast with his brother that was going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I mean, that in itself, I understand that the point of this was not that, and that Carlin is a great Steelers fan and wants to support his guy, but I do think he's probably objective to some extent in this. But the reality is, TJ Watt is so damn good that it is worth comparing to his brother.
Yeah, one Defensive Player of the Year 3 times in his career, and the other one led the NFL in sacks 3 times in his career, and it's the first time that any player has ever done that, which is lead the league in sacks in 3 different years.
Yeah, now those are guys first ballot walking into the Hall of Fame right there.
No question about it. No question about it.
Those are guys. Meaning who's not?
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin.
Oh, my God.
Coaches don't go in on the first ballot.
There ain't any like him.
Mike Tomlin
It
should
took Bill
be.
Cowher
There ain't any
15
like
years.
Mike
He's
Tomlin
better
should
than
be.
Bill Cowher.
He's better
They
than
did
Bill
the same
Cowher.
thing.
He's better than Bill Cowher.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Welcome to the Munganest St. Louis Acura. Munganest, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Douglas, Selvin, Vaughn, Martin, Joseph, Kilcoyne. I unfairly said Patrick yesterday, and I felt like that was probably more of Jackson's brand. And Jackson, of course, is anti-Irish Catholic.
Whoa.
That's Jackson Burkett over there.
But I bet on Notre Dame this week.
I had a brother named Patrick, and when I was born on St. Patrick's Day, everybody in the hospital said to my mom, "You got to name him Patrick." Already got a Patrick.
Yeah.
So you weren't that far off.
But
great,
that was
great
probably
job.
thank you so much.
Great
It's
job.
probably pretty offensive though that we're all Patties, and I don't like that.
I think there was something more to it.
Yeah, I agree with
This
you.
Burke guy, I don't even know what he is. You admit it, kind of a mutt.
Big time.
Okay.
Big time.
That's Jackson the Mutt, Chairman
That's
Kurt.
going to stick.
Jackson the Mutt. Jamie Rivers has got the Little Piddles thing going, and that sticks to this day.
Yeah,
Nearly
that was
36
tough.
months later.
Yep. I bumped into him. Probably felt like a mosquito hit him, and he said, "Oh, excuse me, little piddles."
You like that?
What does that mean?
Exactly.
Every hockey guy's got a thing, though. You'd be Jaxie. What would he be, Doug?
I think Burke.
I think Berkey's probably what it would be, actually.
Yeah.
And then every coach interview, you'd have a horrible penalty. That was a bad play by Berkey, and you have to get out of Dakota ring. But we told Osh to slide it over to Swanee, and you're like, wait a minute, who is he talking about?
You think I'd be a mucker?
Grinder.
Grinder.
More of a
You're
grinder.
a fourth liner in a good way.
314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line where friends can gather to share their thoughts. And Doug, you say this is a program where friends can...
Where friends feel like they can drop in at any time.
That's exactly right.
And now we even have a window out here in the door and everything. They
So we can
see
wave
us.
to our
yes, we
friends.
can.
Yeah.
So we invite anyone to stop by.
And Jackson, you were waving out to Olive right
Well,
there.
yeah, in case someone's driving by.
They
It's
wanna
a nice
come on
little,
in.
a cheerful start to their day.
They could actually see us as they drive down Olive Boulevard here.
Yeah, that's part
They
of the
could look to
allure.
the left and see us.
Man, to see 4 superstars?
Yeah.
That's got to be huge for
Are there
St.
people
Louis.
out there, kind of like the Today Show? Maybe a concert on the patio?
I think there are.
Was TMA in a closet?
We
I mean,
were in a
there's a lot
closet
that could
right
go-
next to a pissa.
Okay. Well, there's the plus.
We have seen that for other stations here, though. Sometimes Casey will have an event out here.
Oh, really?
They get people.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
And then they walk out and they, what's that guy doing here?
You know, we can't draw the crowds.
Yeah, we don't have anybody.
None of us.
You can also call in. Yesterday, Jackson
Did we
gave
take
us...
any calls?
No.
Well, we gave out the wrong number.
That was the core issue. Did people call into the hotline?
Yeah.
They did?
Oh, yeah.
And what did they want to...
I don't know. I wasn't picking up. Once I realized my mistake, I just kind of abandoned the idea.
Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. Here is the real number. Martin's excited because it includes Tioka Jackson's number 974, Fernando Vina, friend of the show, 0101. That is the Callier and Thompson phone line. If you did catch the hotline that was given out yesterday by Jackson Burkett, if you could, just delete
Destroy
that.
it.
You know,
Yeah.
if you
Or
could.
pass it along to celebrities. Have them
seriously.
call in.
That's how we'll get them to call in. You can listen to this program and all of the programming here on 101 ESPN via the Schaefer Door Company, 101 ESPN app, Schaefer Door Company, online at schaeferdoor.com. And our 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at St. Louis Acura and altontoyota.com. In the dossier today, this Jackson... You know, Martin, I don't know if it was a little shot last night. You never know. You never know with Martin Kilcoyne.
Probably was.
I think it was. That was my read, too. We were looking for the dossier. Now, I knew where the dossier was.
It's a fluid dossier.
It's a fluid dossier. But Martin and Doug, I don't know if you knew where. Doug, I thought you
knew
might have
where
knew where
the dossier was.
Okay,
I
so
don't
Martin
like
didn't know where the dossier
It's not
was.
a dossier.
Every time you say it, it confirms it more.
It isn't.
It's a packet.
It's
We're
a little
manifesting
list. It's
it
a
into
rundown.
existence.
It's a rundown. It's a packet. I didn't realize the original email had many incarnations. I didn't know it would. And then I looked at it, and things were changing. It was like magic. I looked down, and I was like, that just moved.
Well, you lit the fire.
Yeah, look at this thing. So you can go back to that exact email over and over again.
And it's going to continue to update. This is an organic dossier.
Yes, really.
Magic is number one.
Magic
clearly.
is number one.
The great Bob Hamilton.
And Martin makes the observation at approximately 9 o'clock last night. The dossier looks a little light.
He did.
And I felt like that was. Let's see how the young guy responds.
You know, I was sitting there. I had YouTube TV up. I had the
What were you watching? NBA.
Well, I had the Dodger game, Dodger Yankee World Series game.
Fox.
God bless.
Big night.
I had the Giants Steelers. And then, obviously, Celtics and Bucks right there in the top right corner.
Martin, this guy loves the association.
I've noticed that.
No, I like to get into it. And I was just sitting there relaxing, and I see the text, and I go, all right, you know what? This is a little test. Let me get my laptop, and let's start beefing up the dossier.
So as opposed to getting angry at Martin's text, you responded, and you filled out one hell of a dossier.
Oh, I tried.
Well, it said 7:15, guys talk. And then 7:30, it said, guys talk.
Open banter.
Yeah, I thought, I think we need a little.
What do you think about 8 o'clock? It says light vamping.
Yeah,
What in the world?
Vamp till hard out.
Buzz text in. How do you know that? You would just sort of assume that, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, so
Pondorf sends file tweet. That's at 8:52.
Right, so that's scripted.
Right. Clearly.
But I took that and I said, you know what? I'll do a little bit of work.
We've never had any kind of organized rundown.
So this is why.
What in the world is happening?
I'm learning on the go. So it'll get better in time, as will all things.
Oh my gosh!
This
This guy's a beautiful optimist.
All
sitting
things will get
across
better
from
in
three
time.
pessimists.
I didn't mean to get so existential this early.
Yeah, well, that's why it's a dossier.
Right.
I am anxious to hear from John Mozeliak, who you had a chance to sit down with yesterday for the 2 Fox
We
Mornings.
did a segment for tonight after the World Series. Always trying
it's
to
going to air tonight. All right, I kind of thought that would be a
after-
Sunday night special. Nice.
Well, they said Tim will get the extended cut. But tonight, coming out of the game, you try to have something that's related if you can. And Mozeliak did say during the postseason, baseball prefers that teams not make any news. Like if you're going to, I guess, I don't even know if you can legally trade somebody, but make any news. We're going to trade so-and-so. You don't announce it during the postseason. I'm really not supposed to do much, so let's keep it high level. I told him I had to Google high level because I wasn't sure in the baseball interview setting what exactly that meant. We've got some cuts. Are we ready for cuts, or is that is that later in the show?
We're all wearing A's on our sweater. The C is on the Ladue grad Berkey over there.
Wow, fourth line captain.
I think not only we do it just a little bit later in the show.
Yeah, there you go,
But I think
buddy.
we do one clip in one segment and another clip in another
Well,
segment.
I did ask him about the persistent rumor that the team's going to be sold. And now that it's more current because you keep hearing it. He answered that question. We talked about the new direction, and I said, what kind of is it?
Did he use the word rebuild?
Reset. Reset is where we are. It's a reset.
And what has Doug Armstrong been calling the blue situation?
Is he
that
called
the
it a
same
reset?
thing?
No.
Both
Retool?
organizations have been careful. I think retool. Both organizations have been careful to not use the term rebuild.
And I don't think the Blues have been in rebuild mode, and the Cardinals are in confusion mode? No,
I think that's what they're announcing.
Like you said, can we clarify a little bit?
Celebrate the confusion 2025.
I asked him, what did Heimblum find that, maybe you didn't know all these problems they were having in terms of player development, his future, it is his last year, the ownership issue, just the fact that the number ones haven't worked out, the Walkers, the Gormans, that they have to work out for their model to work. But I think the clips that we have, and it'll be in the dossier because it's fluid.
Can we get to one of them? My time is short. I want to hear this stuff now.
We're going to wait for people. We got to get better at teasing, Doug. Welcome to the big time.
I don't know if I'm going to be here 2-3 hours.
But at 7:15 in the dossier, it says, now I went in and changed
Doug
it.
gets mad.
No, it says,
on the
does
list.
Boone have to Scott
I did
Roll
see
and
that.
Aaron Boone? And I went in and changed it because I had a feeling what our captain was trying to say was Aaron Judge.
It was a typo.
Did I say Aaron
Yes,
Boone
you
had
did
to start
say
on
Aaron
Aaron
Boone.
Boone?
Yes.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you for the delicious validation.
Well, yeah, I was.
And I also noticed you spell a little bit like Dan Marshall. You've got a little bit of an issue with.
Yeah, I'm a bad speller.
Okay.
Like world class bad speller.
I didn't realize that.
I can't spell squirrel. For the life of me. I can't spell squirrel.
Squirrel.
It's tougher than you think.
R-R-E-L.
2 R's, right?
You're looking at me. I don't know how to
2
spell
R's.
it.
Where'd you go to Ladue?
Yeah, that's right.
Why not teach the kids how to spell
known as
squirrel?
Horton Watkins.
It's a tough word.
Martin's jotting down his notes.
How often does it come up?
Squirrel?
Yeah. How often do you have to spell
2011, it was a big deal.
That's right.
Won
Rally
the World
squirrel.
Series, pal. Thanks.
Martin, how about this? You'll enjoy this because we just got a text into the Air Comfort Service text line. Again, 314-399-9646. Longtime TMA listeners from the Big HD2 have to adjust that text number. Guys, well done so far. Enjoy your day. That's from Rich with the nipple studs in full bush. So,
It's been a while since I've heard him text that.
You don't have to.
That was not on the log.
Not on the Dossier.
Not on the Dossier.
I think it was on the log.
It was on the log.
Dossier.
Yeah, I didn't print you on the log.
We'll talk to John Kelly at 8:15. Blues, Senators tonight. I'll try to get us back on track. Then we have a pale whale segment.
Yeah, I saw that. And while Jackson was out running around, and I saw the breathing, I think it was down a little bit from yesterday, but it still was a little...
Yeah, I'm tight.
Yeah, a little tight. Okay, that's good to acknowledge it. I was looking at the Dossier, and I said, hey, what's this pale whale thing? I remember the whale tail phenomenon circa maybe 2006.
Sigma Chi
Doug still
parties.
does it.
Sigma Chi party. Yeah, Doug will show some whale tail every once in a while.
Occasionally.
And I go, what is the pale whale? But why don't you define it, since, again, you have the C on your sweater?
Well, I think when I hear something like white whale, that's like interviewing the top of the top.
You find that to be offensive?
Well, not necessarily. But
so you like it. Interesting.
This is a Moby Dick reference?
Well, it's more like it's not
Next tier, you're
right.
saying.
Like I think we all like Stan Kroenke would be a white whale interview, but you're never going to get that. But what would be a pale whale interview? Like Demoff would be a pale whale, like close,
Next
but
step
not
down.
white. Yeah.
Okay, and the premise was, I did interview John Mozeliak. I wanted to interview Chaim Bloom, and they said they don't really want him talking right now because he's busy. And they went, that's not what they said.
I hope he's busy.
I added that part. I'm just saying.
Why is Chaim Bloom in hiding? That's what I want to know.
Bloom! So he
Come out of hiding, Bloom!
So he was.
Hey, this town's soft!
So he was not available. That was like Fest Slayton-ish. That was some kind of Slate-co. That was a combo of multiple angry guys on the radio. But I said, Chaim Bloom, I would love to hear from him. And I said, who are the list of guests that you would just love to get? And Jackson Burke over here extrapolated, how about a pale whale list?
I like that.
Yeah.
Pale whale.
So not necessarily your
So
white
I can't
whales.
say Kroenke because I would say he's at the top of my list, although he'd be a bad interview. So maybe it's not worth getting.
I loved the idea when it came across in the text right after you made the observation that the Dossier looks a little light.
Well,
And then he went with that.
Well, the funnier part was, and I don't mean to go too deep behind the curtain, Martin, but was
Martin for the 30 for 30.
Martin sending me the Mozeliak audio was kind of like Bob Woodward getting a tip from Deep Throat. Like I was late in the night, like trying to figure out how to download this audio.
It came from a Nexstar account, which is our corporate ownership, and producer Roman sends it to me. I send it to Burke, and he says I need a password to get it. So now he has all of my email access.
Oh, wow. So he's going to go through there?
I was going to start sending off some emails.
He's one of the plumbers now.
Start letting some people know.
I fell into Martin's Baby Blues and kind of blacked out. Did you guys already play the Mozeliak audio, or did you just allow the new guy to ramble that entire time? This show blows, but I'm still listening and horny. Thanks. Hashtag Freak Park. That's from Brian Henshin, Martin, who went to CBC and covers the Indianapolis Colts, and he's all over this Anthony Richardson tapping out thing.
All right. Well, we'll talk Colts front seven in the 9 o'clock hour. I might let you guys do it in the 10 if we don't have time. We're up against it already.
We are.
We're up against it.
I think the best thing that happened yesterday, for real, my wife was asking me this when I got home, I said, was when Tommy Mattern, head of operations / programming, came in right at about 10:05 and said, okay, we got to reduce the commercial breaks. Because right now we're at 4 an hour. And he said, we're going down to at least 3, maybe 2. And I started spraying champagne all over these boys. That's what I started doing. Just champagne, just drizzling. Oh, it was so glorious. But for now, we will take a break here momentarily. And Jackson, why don't you tell the people what's coming up on this dossier?
Gosh, can we just get to it instead of talking about it? Just get to it.
No, you're a lot to get to, guy. We got a lot to get to, and then they talk about it for a half hour, and then you don't get to half of it.
Because we get distracted by a bright, shiny object like Larry Nickel calling in, which hopefully will happen. Mr. Smith is angry because he says he's calling in and nobody's answering.
Well, yeah,
I
I'm
tried
busy.
calling in, no answer. Be better! That's from Mr. Smith.
Gosh, trying to produce a little radio program.
What if you accidentally gave out the KC hotline? You're like, all right, time now to talk to the long time Def Leppard bass guitars. And they're going, Yeah, this is Licks. Wrong number.
I
Wrong
think
number.
Mr. Lick should be the first caller into the program. The Callier and Thompson phone lines. Who answers them?
Apparently nobody.
Well, can the chairman answer him?
He can, but the phone, there's another phone bank right behind Martin over there.
So he can answer it there, right?
Yeah. So, but he's also doing some help with recording the program. We're in a time of transition, and
This is kind of a Prod Joe answer.
It is. Yes, no.
Things are things, and then therefore there are other things.
That's very existential. It's like you got to eat mushrooms to understand this show.
Just answer the phone.
Why does he need help recording something? Hit the red button.
Can't spell squirrel. Can't answer the phone. I would say your skill set at this point in life is a little limited.
I'm too busy beefing up dossiers.
Look, the chairman's lurking in the hallway.
He is. It's like a shadow. It's like Dateline.
314-974.
Sure nobody does anything here.
0101. We're going to find a way to answer the phones, and maybe Mr. Licks will call in. It's going to be a wonderful conversation. We have the John Mozeliak audio coming up, and should Aaron Boone pull an Aaron Boone and reduce Aaron Boone in the Yankee lineup?
Understand some
I
of
just
this
read
stuff.
what's in the dossier. That's all we're here for. You can watch the program on two different YouTube channels, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel and the youtube.com/TMASTL account. My understanding is they're two different tones. It's like right now, Martin, we have two different Americas, and we're divided. And maybe at one point we'll be united again, but right now there's two different YouTube chats, and my understanding is both are hostile. But they're just different types of hostility. So go on in there and
fitting
experience.
in this climate that we're in. Nobody's happy.
That's exactly right. So you can go in there and talk it over.
Maybe this show could be RFK Jr.
And we bring everybody together.
We're kind of right in the middle there. Yeah. Well, just ask everybody to call in if they can.
And then I sleep with a reporter?
Do you know I interviewed him during a Rams pregame
Why don't we get him
show?
on after the Mozeliak audio?
I think he's available. I had Larry David's real-life wife and RFK.
Cheryl Hines.
And RFK Jr.
I played in the poker tournament with her.
Not Cheryl. Is she?
She's RFK's wife.
Yeah, not Larry David's TV wife. His real wife.
Got it.
So Chip and Lucia were the owners of the Rams. And Chip, filmmaker, was real involved in environmental issues. And somebody with the Rams said, could we put these folks on the pregame show? I got all kinds of hate email because it was all about the environment. That RFK was big on that, and so was Larry David's wife. And I said, they're freaking 2-8. What do you want me to do? Like, who cares? It's Robert Kennedy Jr.
Let's save the planet instead.
They're they can't stop the run. Let's save the planet. But I interviewed him off to the side, and he had that hard to listen to voice. And I said, oh, you're a Massachusetts guy. The Kennedys, you probably love the Patriots. We don't like them around here, whatever. And he said, well, I'm really partial to the Redskins since they named the stadium for my father. I said, well, yeah, that too. That too.
Sometimes we leave putts out there. It's just going to happen. All right, get involved on the program. I see the chairman is in the YouTube chat. He feels like he's boxed out of the studio by Jackson, and now he's fighting for his life in the YouTube chat. I don't know which one is. Is that the TMASTL?
Yeah.
There it is. All right, so you can go into youtube.com/TMASTL or the 101 ESPN chat. Two different chats. Call into the program. Maybe we'll be able to answer it in the next segment. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Munganast is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast, wonderful people at Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. I have gotten to know them so well. Doug has gotten to know them so well over the years. I think they've been sponsors on TMA for like 7 years now. Just great people. And the thing I want to highlight to the audience here is their accessibility. They go out of their way to make sure they are accessible to our listeners, and they even set up a phone number specifically for our audience. And that number is to call or text 314-252-0029. So any questions or requests you may have, you go right to the people in charge at Munganast St. Louis Acura and Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. That's Jamie Burkhardt. His name's on the dealership, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. That's Peter Munganast. His name's on the dealership, Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And then Ryan Seiberg in the service department. And even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, get your car serviced at Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And we're talking Munganast. I know there's Munganasts all over town. The ones we're talking about, Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. The chairman is locked out of the studio. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Welcome back to Team A, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Bennett, Burkett, and we are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Guest-wise, John Kelly will be with us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour, as the Blues take on the Senators. Martin, you like a good schedule reading? Pre-game here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drops an hour later. Jackson always is watching and giving us his thoughts on the game throughout the course of the broadcast, so that'll be included.
John Kelly's from Ottawa. Back home.
Fun facts for no and tell.
The capital of Canada.
And Brady
Look at
Tkachuk.
that. How about that? You just get done.
Very nice.
Apparently, they hate where the team plays. You heard Kerber allude to that yesterday.
Suburbs.
They stay way out, so they spend like 8 days in Montreal instead.
To avoid.
Hey,
going
Tom,
to-
Mr. Stillman, yeah, we're going to need a couple extra nights at the Ritz in Montreal. The boys would just like to unwind a little bit. Sure. Get
They
to Ottawa.
can't find one hotel in Ottawa that's sufficient?
I guess it's just in the middle of nowhere. They've all complained about it.
Great to have Martin's voice back. I finished 3 times on my way to work so far. That's from
Okay.
Martin's
That's
pin
enough.
cushion.
That's
That's
enough.
it. That's it.
Pin cushion.
Let's talk about the Titans secondary. I think they're going to really be challenged this week.
It's going to be a bounce back week after really being put to the test by the Lions.
That's unfair to any team to take on Detroit.
Nice. All right, so we hit it.
Yeah.
Martin just crossed that off his dossier. What did take place last night on the 2 Fox, the World Series? You think they're starting to get
It was a thriller.
getting a little concerned that we might be seeing this thing come to an end? I was so excited about this World Series, and we got a problem now.
Yankees haven't shown up. After the beginning of the postseason, it was going great, right? You had the Game 5, Dodgers-Padres. It wasn't a great Game 5, but it was a great series until then. You had Cleveland and Detroit going to that Game 5 of that series. There was a lot of excitement. I think people are saying best postseason ever. World Series has been an absolute dud, and it took a while. That's my TV complaint last night. I'm looking up going, it's 4-0, and it's 10-20. Nothing's happened. Why did it take so long for nothing to happen? The Yankees lose again 4-2, and now Aaron Boone's going to have to sit Aaron Boone. There's just no doubt about it, Burke. I think you're right.
Can't sit Aaron Boone.
Aaron Judge is 6 for 43 in the postseason, and that's actually a better batting average than he has in the World Series.
World Series
He's
is
going to have
lost.
to eat this in New York because Soto's hit, Stanton's hit loosely, and Judge has not done a thing. So the Scott Rowland effect is to what, move him down, or in the skipper's world, remember one year he benched him for Scott Spiezio.
I love that move. And I remember saying that when I was doing the show I made reference to yesterday with Jim Edmonds when the Cardinals were in the postseason in either 13 or 14. And he goes, oh, you loved that move, did you? When he benched Rowland for Spiezio.
At Shea Stadium, right?
That's right. And he goes, so you love that move? I go, absolutely. It's one of my favorite Tony La Russa managerial moves. He goes, well, just so you know, he nearly lost the entire clubhouse when he did that. And I'm like, oh. Okay, well, I
think there are moves in defense. That was on the Jimmy Timmy show. Very successful. I do think there are a lot of moves that don't happen or do happen because of personality, because of things like that, losing the room. And you wonder, why did they bring that guy in? And it's the vibe of the room, or they don't want to tick off the whole team. So I could see that, even though I think La Russa didn't care about losing the room, especially because if it had been Albert, he wouldn't have done it. But because it was, in my opinion.
Really?
But because it's, don't you think?
I don't know. Man, they're both up in the Hall of Fame.
No, but I mean, in terms of their relationship, I don't think he would have messed with Albert. I think because he and Scott had gotten so sideways, he didn't care.
I thought that's what caused them to get sideways.
I think they were already, in my opinion, I think there's already a little bit of a riff.
I feel like you're coming from a place of knowledge, so I'm going to stand down. That's where I'm coming from. That's my read. Doug, I don't know. My read might be bad.
I started to wiggle. I felt like I got to stare down. Do you know more, sir?
No, but you can't do anything with Aaron Judge. You can't move him.
No.
You can't bench him.
So you don't like Jackson's question in the dossier?
No way in the world. This is he's coming off one of the best seasons anyone's ever had in recent years.
And he's the captain.
If it's your fantasy team, maybe you bench him. If it's real life, there is no way you embarrass this guy and alienate the rest of you can't do it.
What about moving them down the lineup?
You got to dance with who brung you.
What about moving them down?
I wouldn't move him down in the lineup. He's probably just as likely for the light bulb to go on and start hitting as he is to continue to strike out 2 times a game.
You don't disagree with that at all.
How about the Dodgers lineup where Tommy Edman could hit cleanup one night, and then he hits 9th another game? And I know they're analytically driven.
Fluid.
They have a fluid dossier with the Dodgers.
Dave Roberts.
And Tommy Edman will play second. He'll play center. Like, for being a huge budget team, they still are very analytically driven. And I guess that's the perfect math if you can do it.
Yeah, and they've got the whole thing going right now. They've got the major league level, the spending, a report yesterday that they might go after Juan Soto. I mean, my goodness. And the analytics that are playing out quite well for them so far this postseason once they were able to get by the Padres in that 5th game.
Pre-game coverage tonight starts at 6. We've got a Game 4. It's really a must-watch because you want to see if they can pull this off.
I'm intrigued to see if the Yankees have a response. It is going to be a bullpen game for the Dodgers, or if once the team gets down 3-0 and you go back all the way to 1976, when a team goes behind 3-0, they have not had any real effort to get this thing back. Of course, we saw 20 years ago that led to the Cardinals losing to the Red Sox, what the Red Sox were able to do against the Yankees. Jackson, you love percentages. What percentage would you give to the Yankees pulling off against the Dodgers what the Red Sox did to them 20 years later?
Give me 8%.
Wow.
I think that's too high.
I think that's very, wow.
What are you talking about, Berkey?
I'll go 8%. That's
I think run the table.
I think 8 out of 100 times they win the series. 8 out of 100.
Wow.
That's what
this guy.
I think they're just played so poorly this World Series that I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at. 8%.
Okay. Hey, this guy's unapologetic.
After the game one, the walk-off with Freeman, so it's hard to say the World Series has been terrible because of the 3 games.
Incredible.
Yeah, the first one was outstanding. The second one wasn't as bad last night. Just being back at the Bronx. I know we're going to get to Fat Joe. We'll have that a little bit later. Apparently, that set the tone for a losing effort.
Yeah, it certainly did.
I went back and watched. I saw it in the log, and I went back to I didn't see it at the time, and I just didn't understand what it was or what happened.
Well, Ice Cube came out in L.A.,
yeah,
and so this was New York's response.
Right.
I don't know if you recall at the Dome. I remember sitting next to Doug when this was going on. Martin, you may recall this. Probably about 20 years ago, they had Ludacris come out all by himself at the Dome, and as you might recall, in the lower bowl, a lot of people would knit. And so the demographic, knit quilts and yell at people if they stood up on third down. A hell of an atmosphere. And so when Ludacris was out there, I was thinking to myself, I wonder how the people who enjoy constructing quilts are enjoying Ludacris right now. But they kind of set Ludacris up to fail because he's just out there performing on the microphone with that incredible audio they had in the Dome. And it was so awkward. And I remember Doug going, what is this? Right, how about that? And so last night, I'm watching Fat Joe out there before the game, and I'm thinking, boy, why'd they do this to this guy?
Oh, my God.
It was horrendous.
It was
the worst thing I think I've ever seen on a baseball
field.
field.
First of all, that's a bad stage.
Shot at Tino Martinez time.
And he started out cussing. They had to cut the mic.
Really?
Yeah, they had to cut the mic. And then he throws the mic down at the end. Who likes that? They were able to find a couple of fans dancing in the crowd.
I saw one lady.
She awkwardly pointed at the Jumbotron as soon as she knew she was on.
Most were like, what are we looking at here?
Yes, Jazz Chisholm seemed to enjoy it. I think he had some feedback issues. I don't know the track itself, so I wasn't clear on what it was supposed to be.
You're a Fox rights holder.
But I'm saying it felt like there was some audio issues where he was talking over himself. It was kind of lip sync, but it wasn't. It just fell flat.
Whose idea was something like that?
I get it's the response to Ice Cube, and it's a bad stage. You're all alone on a baseball diamond where they're about to play a World Series game with your Timberland boots, walking on the mound. People aren't into it. The song was relevant 6-8 years ago in between that. And also, Fat Joe lost a lot of weight. He can't walk. I don't know if he's got like the Kenny the Jet Smith knees where he like walks with his knees touching.
It's a really
I didn't even notice that
reference. It's like
was
Dennis,
not aware
Dennis
of,
But the least of the concerns I had was his knees. I didn't care about his
He can
knees.
barely walk. He's pointing to the crowd. Nobody's into it. It killed the mood. People were saying it killed the aura.
What if he just came out and said, "What's up, New York? Let's do this"? And I think that would have been okay.
Would have been fine.
But it was a 4.5-minute song.
It went forever.
It felt like people were looking at their watch like, okay, let's go here. We got a ball game. And was it Fox or was it a Yankee thing? I don't know. A lot of those are sort of in concert where Fox says, put Ruben Studdard out there because he's on American Idol. Who said we need Fat Joe?
I don't know if you recall this. It was Game 4 of the 2013 World Series. Oftentimes, St. Louis has maybe the B list of the artists when the Cardinals would be in the World Series. And they had Rascal Flatts perform before the game. And producer Joe, longtime producer on TMA, dating back to 2004 to 2013, said the Cardinals will never win another World Series because they have brought Rascal Flatts out. And I have to tell you, producer Joe might have been Nostradamus.
Well, so far, he's on it. Because they booked Rascal Flatts, they'll never win a World Series.
That's correct again.
So there's a curse out there.
Yeah,
Right.
That's right.
I thought Roseanne Barr's national anthem performance at I think it was a San Diego game, maybe an LA game, years ago. Boy, that might have been 30, 35 years ago. I thought that was the worst thing I'd ever seen on a baseball field. Fat Joe challenged that last night.
And it was
he didn't disrespect the flag as Roseanne did.
She grabbed her crotch and spit.
Yeah, that might still be the worst, but this is a close second.
Do we have audio of this? Or are we just going to
We
talk?
do have some audio of the
Are we allowed to go off script?
Yeah.
Off Dossier.
Oh, yeah,
please.
yeah.
I don't know who Fat Joe is, but he's obviously very popular.
He was
right?
really big in like the early aughts.
Yeah, I thought he was an aughts guy. So you
Early
said like
aughts.
6 to 8 years ago.
So that song
More
he
like
played came
20?
out in 2017.
Got it, okay.
It was
And
kind
he's
of
got
his
knee
resurgence.
problems
and
now.
he's got knee problems, and I feel like
I
we're
don't care about the
overlooking that.
knees.
Here's a little bit of audio.
Okay, let's live through the hell again.
He did, and at the end of it,
Unbelievable.
and I get it, he's hugely successful, but at the end of it, you're right. He spikes the mic as if, I just did that.
He did.
I
He threw
just
it
killed
down
it.
into the turf.
And you have all these corporate, like guys from Citibank. And who's that? I don't know. Apparently, his name is Fat Joe.
And he's got knee problems.
I like that part. That was my favorite part right there. I understand we have a caller, and is it VIP Pat? Or is it Pat Sullivan, who used to own the Patriots?
I think.
I think both can be true.
Oh, okay. So this gentleman owned the New England Patriots, sold it to, was it James Bush Orthwine, who was going to move the team here?
Yeah.
So this program only reaches the elite
Well,
of
that's
the
what
elite.
happens when you give out the hotline.
Then former NFL owners just start calling in. 314-974-010. I don't think 101 historically has taken live calls.
No.
Oh, so this is...
Yeah.
All right.
Do we have a delay?
Welcome to the market disruption.
Oh, good.
All right, here we go. Good morning, VIP Pat.
Good morning. Actually, I won the Heisman in 1972.
Oh, that's right.
with War Eagle?
Auburn quarterback.
War Eagle.
Also a Patriot, I believe, right? Played for New England?
Oh, it's all full circle.
I went to Canada. I guess you believe this stuff, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Doug's all over it.
Yeah, we're easily hoodwinked.
I didn't know. I tried to call yesterday, and I guess I've been on hold since then.
Oh, have you? 24 hours?
You got some free time, do you?
Got a lot of nerve.
I guess. I don't know. But, I kind of tried to follow yesterday on the fan page to see.
Martin, are you on the TM? Hold on one second, VIP. Number one, I think they're mad in the YouTube chat because I see aux over and over again.
But yeah, that's a copyrighted song. I can't play that on YouTube.
Oh, I see. But they can hear VIP Pat.
For sure.
/ Auburn
Well,
quarterback.
they couldn't hear Fat Joe.
Right.
Oh, what a loss.
Copyrighted.
Wow.
Doug's not happy about that. That there's a number of places where this program is destroyed, but one of them is the TMA quote unquote fan page, and it's on Facebook. Are you on Facebook, Martin?
I'm not. I've heard of it.
So anyway, go ahead. So the listeners can join. Jackson is the moderator.
So you all of that was to say that Pat Sullivan, former Heisman winner, who's on the phone, was on the fan page.
I guess that's what he's saying, and I wanted to, as you said, there needs to be a little glossary. This show has been on for 20 years, but it's been on hard to find places, so to speak.
Well, Chimmy, if we could just, get Just get a ham radio. You'll be just fine. We'll get a sponsor for the radio.
I mean, it's what my father's going to sound like in 20 years. So VIP Pat, I was just trying to keep people up to speed.
Oh, he hung up.
There's some new listeners. So after 24 hours, it was that. Go ahead, VIP Pat.
It's context. You have to give context.
Right.
If you haven't, Martin, you've kind of been away for a little while, and
Sounds like I had a drinking problem.
You were in jail.
Been away. I'm like Steve Bannon. I'm back now.
Went off to college.
Yeah, we need to bring you back up to speed. And so, anyway, to go back to the fan page thing, since I couldn't listen past about 9:30 yesterday, I kind of dropped in, cycled out, cycled in with the fan page, and people were absolutely losing their minds about this break thing. And for criminy sakes, it's the first week of the season.
Oh, there you go. Come on, Skipper.
And can I say something to Pat that might be offensive, but Pat, you sound like you might be a little older than some of the other folks on the fan page. Can I ask how old you are?
Well, I cannot divulge my actual age because I'm in a witness protection.
Fair enough.
program.
Sure. And once again, the anti-Irish thing comes
Save
up.
our listeners.
But I am an old.
Okay. Oh, I'm good with it.
I can use that as a promo.
I just felt like maybe a little, and I like it. I support Pat. I'm glad that he called in, clarified, and was on hold for 24 hours.
Pat, with regard to the breaks thing, all of us on the program
Which
were
is
thinking...
ironic because we're skipping one as we do this. Yes.
Well, I think we're skipping two, actually. We were thinking the same thing. I mean, it wasn't something that we were necessarily excited about, but we also knew going into the show, for context for the listeners, because I don't think any of us are really active on social media.
Not this weekend.
But that this is something that's going to change, and we knew that going in. But when Tommy Mattern came in at 10 o'clock yesterday and he goes, we got to reduce these breaks, maybe even go to 2 an hour, that was the highlight of the day, because I know that that's how this show will play better. So it was good that he recognized it, and that was the first thing he said. So I would understand people who are used to listening to TMA, and we do like hour 90-minute segments, going, we need to get that back. I get it. But fortunately, management on their own recognize that the break situation will change, and so it's going to.
And to Jackson's credit, the podcast, I'm told, is all of they smush them all together.
That's what they do in 101,
So when you listen, it'll be uninterrupted.
Yes. Yep.
VIP Pat, does that answer questions or thoughts?
It does. I felt I don't know, compelled for some reason to call, and I know in the spirit of our friend Rich Gould, the phone lines are poison.
Yes,
Doug, I thought you coined that phrase.
Well, one of us. I'm not sure who.
Yeah, maybe that's it. And then the whole AM radio thing, Martin, you brought up about Rich. My goodness. Anyway, that's all I got.
There it is.
Well,
it was
thank you,
great. There it
Patty.
is. War Eagle.
Right.
VIP Pat Sullivan calling in first caller. Doug, that'll be trivia.
Right.
That they'll be
So
answered.
Kerber didn't count because he was a guest.
Guest.
Okay.
Gabe DeArmond didn't count. Guest. VIP Pat. It's Martin.
He's taking notes on that, too?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I imagine I need to take a break, though, here. But hey, what do we do, like a 20-minute segment? 18-minute segment. I actually can see it. 18 minutes and 18 seconds, Martin.
Okay.
It's right up there on the clock. All right, we will take a commercial break. We will hear from John Mozeliak, Martin's interview with him, that will be airing tonight following Game 4 of the World Series.
Stay tuned.
Those
games are all compelling, whether it's 4-0 in the ninth inning at 10:30, whatever it is, just stick around.
Just keep listening and keep watching. That's coming your way here on the other side of the break. We'll hear what John Mozeliak had to say about the Cardinals possibly being up for sale on the other side of the break. You are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Dodgers defeat the Yankees last night 4-2 to take a 3-0 World Series lead. Blues hockey tonight right here on 101 ESPN, the home of the Blues. Blues are taking on the Ottawa Senators. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Oh.
Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. It's the Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. The chairman is answering phones.
Yeah, he's doing a damn good job of it, if I might say so.
Wow, yeah, we took our first ever phone call
Felt good.
on HD1 radio, Doug.
I just really felt comfortable.
And it was a Heisman Trophy winner, Pat Sullivan. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines, air comfort service, text lines, how you can communicate with the show, 314-399-9646. And we have the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app, 2 separate apps. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. And then you can watch the program and engage in the conversation. Dave Matthews, Martin, you've gone to a number of his shows, says, well, boys, I'm 10,000 feet up in the air. Time to sky pig and listen to some TMA. How about that? He's in the YouTube
DMB's
chat.
on board?
DMB's on board. He's on board. And the YouTube chat is active. There's a 101 ESPN YouTube chat. And then there's the TMA YouTube chat. So you can find out which one's better for you. There's 2 different channels.
Martin, are you familiar with sky pigging, what that's all about?
I am not. I just looked up and somebody said, it went away, but it was the list of morbidly obese rappers or something. They were having a discussion.
The conversations that go on simultaneously with the shows, this is what I've learned on both TMA and Balloon Party, are potentially much better than the shows themselves.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
So it's kind of like the Manning cast. They're listening, but they're having their own show at the same time.
That's right.
They're having Belichick on.
That's right.
Yeah. I have looked at the dossier, and it looks like so far we haven't gotten to about half the stuff.
Why aren't we getting to this?
There's a John Sterling call we didn't get to.
Well, yeah, what Sterling got.
Jeff Passan and Michael Kay, we didn't get to. Yachty's managing, we didn't get to that. Some Illinois thoughts, we didn't get to that. So far, we're off and running.
I know, but there's a lot of show, a lot of meat. I do want to play this John Sterling call because he might be surprised.
What's he calling?
He was duped by a
Well, the man's 84 years old.
Yeah, Jackson hates the Irish and older people.
It's just unfortunate. I praised Lee Corso yesterday. All right, here's this John Sterling call.
All right.
And the breaking ball, there it goes. Deep left center field, and Teoscar is there to make the catch. Oh, did I get fooled on that? What with that swing and the ball majestically going to left field, Susan, I actually thought it was going to be out, and it wasn't close.
That's good self-awareness.
He owned it.
Yeah, he owned it.
I mean, it was shallow left field.
I mean, Hernandez didn't move. Like, he just stood right under it and caught it.
It was nowhere near.
It's hard to step away when you got a job like
I
that.
thought he did step away. That's
He
why
did
I'm
for a
confused.
while.
He did,
Yeah.
yes.
They brought him back for the series?
No, he's back much of the year. He called a number of games.
He's called the entire playoffs for them, for sure.
And Bob
I think
Uecker's now 90, I think.
He's still pretty sharp, I think.
Yeah, he was calling. He called the last out of their season. Yeah, he's John Sterling. I recommend if you're not driving and you can watch him. A foul ball gets hit to him in the booth and hits him, and it's unbelievable. Like it's crazy that
Now
he just
you're
came
for
right back.
elderly abuse.
We
Not
lose
only
It is
easily.
alarming to hear this. I wouldn't mind HR pulling you aside and saying, "Hey, we got to be the anti-Italian, the anti-Irish, and the anti-old thing."
Yeah.
That's what I'm noticing. Martin, you sat down with John Mozeliak yesterday for a conversation that people will be able to watch on Fox 2, KTVI this evening, following Game 4 of the World Series. Set the stage, if you would. I can't wait to hear a clip here.
Yeah, and I think right or wrong, he is the voice of the team, and he's going to be for the next year. So if you have a question about the roster, about their message, their plan, what they got wrong, what they hope to get right, he's still the guy. And I know just seeing and hearing from him upsets a lot of people. I get it, but that's the person you're going to go to. One of the questions I asked was about the sale, the potential sale. We've all heard, Kroenke's buying the team. I get texts twice a week from people who are sane people. Hey, I just heard it. We're at the Village Bar? What do you mean you just heard it? Where were you? I think MLB owners, the GM meetings. Oh, I just heard. That one's going around for you. They've always said the DeWitts are going to sell. So I asked Mo, and in fact, in the question, I said, we've heard it for years, including Mike Shannon. Remember, word on the street, which is my new thing. When I don't have a good source, I'm going to teach the kids this at journalism school. You just say word on the street. It's not a long answer, but this is what John Mozeliak had to say.
As you and I know, we've spoken about this offline, but I think I would know if they were being sold, but I do not believe they're going to be sold. I hear those rumors as well. I recently spoke with Bill. I did not get any indication that this team was going to be sold. Again, I think he takes great pride in owning a baseball team, and I think he wants to continue to do so.
And I do think the DeWitts plan on keeping it in the family. I think it's sort of like the family legacy. There was a Dave Stewart rumor going around recently, the owner at Worldwide Technology. And I can't find any truth to that. Maybe somebody threw it out there. I could see him buying a piece of the team. Maybe. I have no idea. But it has been persisted from day one. Remember? Oh, they got such a deal. Oh, they got those garages. They're going to sell it. And they are sitting on a gold mine. But I would also argue it'd be the worst time to sell. Attendance is down. TV rights, all the money.
Downtown St. Louis's current situation.
Yeah.
Is there a succession plan in place that has been discussed?
They have not talked about it. Billy DeWitt III is the team president. He would be the likely heir as chairman. It's his family. He does have a brother-in-law who's involved somewhat, who I don't think is in St. Louis, who's married to a DeWitt daughter who could be part of that structure, I think, but they've never really come out and said it.
Is it fair to say Bill DeWitt III becomes the chairman, or do you think there's a possibility?
That's my assumption.
That's what I'm working on as well.
Yeah. I think that's a fair, that brother-in-law potentially could be part of that, but I think that's what we all assume, but they've never really. It's a little awkward. You say, "Hey, Mr. DeWitt, you're doing great, but you're getting older." Maybe Jackson's the guy to say it since he's an ageist. He could probably broach that topic.
I'll take that geezer down. Stop it, Dale. He set me up.
Wow. So they have not really spelled anything out. And I don't know, do you have to? How old's Jerry Jones? 80, 81, maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
I think I'm going to take the over on that. I think I'm going to go over.
So does he have to come out and say, when I die, Steven will run on?
82 shipped it. Nice.
A lot of it gets down to, taxes. That's what got Georgia front here with the Rams.
Yeah, you were talking about Chip and Lucia. That was a huge thing. That was the big part of it, right?
No, you're right. So as a fan base, that stuff sort of behind the scenes, the money and all that, I think all of it is what I had always heard, and at this point it doesn't matter, but that Georgia would, borrow money against the equity of the team. If you own a pro sports franchise, you could go to the bank and say, it's worth $1 billion. Can I have $20 million? And they'll give it to you because they know at some point you'll pay it back. And apparently there was a lot of debt related to that. So the main thing is, I don't think they're looking to sell. And the irony is, people were always afraid. Oh, they're going to sell. I know they're going to sell. And now people are like, oh, please sell. Yeah. Isn't it crazy how it's shifted dramatically?
Well, I think the DeWitts have probably been the best owners of any team that St. Louis has ever had. I can't imagine any sport where they've had a better long-term ownership group than the DeWitts.
Shot at the Bidwells, it sounds like.
Well, yeah. Look what they've done. They've tried to build up part of the city. They've produced competitive teams for a couple of decades, a couple of down years here now, but, that happens to most teams. I don't know how you could get better owners than the DeWitts.
I can't speak to pre-like 82, but in my lifetime, I couldn't agree more with you. I really share that opinion. I think Tom Stillman, and who knows what winds up playing out over the course of his ownership, will always be beloved because they brought the first Stanley Cup to St. Louis. And certainly when I was growing up in the 80s, it seemed like Gussie Busch was
I would
beloved.
say that's a name I would throw into the hopper because he was sort of the Steve Cohen, not as much money, but he was a fan first.
Right.
As far as running the team and just couldn't be more excited about that team winning. And I think Mr. DeWitt is a baseball guy through and through. I think that's his passion.
But I think the organization has really suffered from not having like a Mark Lamping kind of guy to be its voice, because you just said, Martin, for better or for worse, John Mozeliak is going to be the face of the organization. And while I think individually all of us really do like him, we also recognize that the manner with which he communicates is ridiculous as I think it is, but it plays because I think La Russa dealt with this. The manner with which he dresses, La Russa dealt with he drinks wine, won't eat meat. You come to St. Louis, you're coming off of the Whitey Herzog era. He's drinking, Bush in a boat with Jack Buck and fishing. That stuff comes into play from an optic standpoint. With Lamping, you got a guy from the South Side, Vianney guy, worked at the brewery, who's kind of the face of the franchise, which then makes people feel like he is telling them the truth. And even for an organization whose track record has been nothing but commitment to St. Louis and the team, I don't think that they have had a face of the franchise that fans have trusted lately, and I think they've suffered for it.
And if nothing else, multiple voices. So like Lamping would be over here, then La Russa would be over here. And
then Jocketty.
I think you heard from more people. And now it sort of funnels through Mo.
And people don't necessarily like or trust him in the fan base right now.
And
that's a problem for a business.
And a lot of it is, as you're referencing, I think is just tone and dialect. And Mo is not an East Coast Ivy Leaguer, but people see the scarf and go, well, that's a bad question. And they get this, they've got an idea that he is sort of this Ivy Leaguer, which many of them now are from Yale. That's the new thing. You got to go to Yale to work for the Cardinals. Mo went to Colorado.
Right. And when he's doing that, what people don't realize is he's really ball busting. I mean, it's not necessarily, but it's.
Which we do all day.
100%.
And he does it. If he was sitting here, he would make fun of Doug and Tim and me, and it would be funny, but the messaging, and it's also not as much fun when your team's no good.
Right.
And I think you're right. I mean, Lamping can sort of come out, but he wasn't. It's like when Billy the Third talks, he's not going to break down the roster. That's just not his job. Lamping would weigh in a little bit, but he wasn't the, quote, baseball guy. But they do have a messaging
There was
issue.
a time, and I think it was around like 2018. You remember the picnic table at spring training, Martin?
Oh, glorious. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we were doing that all the way up through COVID, and I think it was 2018, and Mozeliak was joining us at the picnic table, and I said, hey, the fan base is really irritated by what they have seen here recently, because 16 and 17 were disappointing. 15 ended in the NLDS with a 4-game series loss to the Cubs after a 100-win season. And I think he was kind of stunned by the question, and his response was, well, have they not been entertained? And while I'm sure he's thinking to himself, we went to the NLCS in 11, 12, 13, 14, won 100 games in 15. We've done a pretty damn good job, including a World Series and a pennant in there. And now people are mad. But I just think they've kind of gotten detached and arrogant and condescending with their messaging, and that has played a role in alienating the fan base.
Was he half kidding, do you think? Knowing he's a little bit of a smartass was a little
I don't know
bit,
on that one.
Maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know on that one. And again, like I said, we do like him, which is probably an unpopular thing to say. I really do, because I do enjoy the sarcasm and the smartass stuff. But I think overall, this isn't just Mozeliak. The messaging from the chairman, from Bill DeWitt III, and from John Mozeliak have been poor. And noses in the air. And the one guy at that press conference a month ago who seemed like you could really talk with the fans was Bloom, and yet he's been put in hiding. So I think that's a miss.
No, that was a huge miss. I said it on TV. I did a commentary and said the press conference should have been Mr. DeWitt saying, I'm here with Chaim Bloom. This is the guy. He's studied everything about us. Here's how he thinks we can improve. Here's what we're going to do. Later this week, Ollie and Mo will do a season-ending wrap, all your questions about the offseason. But for now, Chaim is going to tell you how we're going to lead things into the future. I wanted to ask him about his Boston experience. Did you trade Mookie Betts because they made you? I need to know.
Yeah, what happened there?
And what did you learn in Tampa that you couldn't do in Boston or that you wanted to do there? I would love to know more about his background, but for now, I think they just want him to kind of get his job done, and then eventually, I guess it'd be exactly a year from now, he'll become the president of baseball operations. The man doesn't even have a title. I believe he's the special
I think he's 1099 right now.
Well, the new guy, Serfolio, is the director of player development or one of those, but he's the assistant GM. There is no GM.
Hi, so he's the assistant to the invisible man.
GM. I did ask Mozeliak off air. I said, who's the GM? He said, I am. And I said, okay, so.
Tal and Gersh, because he wanted to work on special projects?
Well, I don't know, but I said, we can't have an assistant GM.
When there's no GM.
If we don't have a GM. So there you go. There's some clarity.
There's some
you
clarity.
wanted clarity, pal. There you go.
It's 8 o'clock in St. Louis. We close out the Munganess. St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. John Kelly going to join us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour as the Blues and Senators will get underway here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. pregame show. 5 p.m. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. You are listening to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Well, when there's hot takes, and man, are there ever, Doug Vaughn grabs the EDF mittens, and those are brought to you by what was known as Engineered Design Facilities, now known as the EDF Group. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference and learn more at theedfgroup.com. You can email them, the EDF Group, at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. Support the sponsors. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Welcome back. It's the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Welcome to the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Timothy, Michael, McKernan, Douglas, Elvin, Vaughn, Martin, Joseph, Kilcoyne, Jackson, Bennett, Burkett with you on the program. John Kelly going to join us coming up at approximately 8:15. And Martin, I abused the clock in the 7 o'clock hour. That's on me.
We got to do better. We just got to do better.
Yeah. Now, privately, I will send an email blaming Jackson because that's the way you handle things.
I felt like you ran a couple plays, and then you decided to call a timeout, and then you decided to kick a 80-yard field goal, but you didn't seem like you knew really what you wanted to do.
Now, I feel like that was a reference to what took place in Tuscaloosa, Alabama at about 4 o'clock on Saturday.
No, I'm just saying, just in general, hypothetical.
So John Kelly will help us get back on the clock because we'll do a quick segment here. Listen, for all of the audience members, they're going to change the clock at some point in the near future.
We'll fix it.
We'll fix it. But for now, we have to adhere to the way that things are set up. And you're more than welcome to blame me. You can email me with your complaints. TMCKERNAN. N is in Nancy. You like that? That's from Wheel of Fortune.
Write that down.
You like that? Yeah, you can use that.
Can you give your home phone number too?
Absolutely.
Alternate email, timsanass.com.
That's my AOL. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. And all of your grievances can be sent there. And I'll take a look at them. And we'll enjoy them. So that's what we got right now. We'll get back on the proper clock for the time being. Then John Kelly will be with us coming up. But this is the topic for what Jackson's calling the Pale Whale segment, because Martin sat down with John Mozeliak. We played a clip of that in the 7 o'clock hour. And the Pale Whale is essentially meaning white whale email or interview. And who would you like to hear or interviewed?
But you can't go top tier like Kroenke. That's why he went Pale Whale. Can I go Bill Laurie? Is that too white whale? I would love to sit down and go over everything that went down with the Blues, just because he's been so elusive.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we're doing this. This is not the interview you'd really like, but the interview you're settling for because you're not getting the one you like. Is that this segment?
Well, Kroenke's on the list. I mean, for sure.
Kroenke. Demoff, for me, Quinn Snyder is one, because I think that 100%. What took place, that you agree with that. I thought you would mock my Missouri-ness.
No. I actually had an in with Mike Bray. Remember the Notre Dame
Jackson's
coach?
feeling a soft cow.
Mike Bray, Notre Dame coach, was at the MAC a couple years ago. He's on the Atlanta staff. He's with Quinn in Atlanta now, and I talked to him for a while. Mike Bray was a great guy, a lot of fun to talk to, and I said, you ought to help me get Quinn on the radio. We should do it. He goes, he'll do it in a heartbeat. I said, I wouldn't say
not when he hears it
say a heartbeat. But I said, what? He goes, I'm going to talk him into this. That's a great idea. And then it
never happened.
Didn't really go anywhere.
So who are your suggestions? Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And we'll see what we can pull off here on the program and who we can get on or bring in, whatever the case might be. Pale Whale, the ideal interview. Who would you love to hear interview?
I have one.
What do you got?
How about Mike Schilt? What happened when you got fired here?
I don't know if you're going to get the answer, but you certainly can ask.
Wouldn't you like to know? Maybe a year or two down the road now, he might come clean with everything.
Well, and I will say, in defense of the Cardinals, and I've said this all along, the one thing about the Schilt firing that John Mozeliak said, if he wants to tell you why we fired him, we're okay with that. He said that on the Zoom call when we were all on. I think it was when they hired Marmol, and they had to circle back and kind of clean up the confusion. Again, messaging. He said 100%, if Mike Schilt wants to tell you why we fired him, we're okay with that.
Well, that's a pretty powerful statement.
Yeah. I've repeated it many times because I've always thought, well, that's intriguing. That
I still want to hear it.
That means the Cardinals are saying we have nothing to hide, but we're not going to say it.
Wow.
Have you not heard that?
That is. I honestly had not. It's kind of like the Kroenke's buying the Cardinals rumor. It's like, there's something there, but nobody will say what was really going on. We got a break. John Kelly's going to join us on the other side of the conversation, and then we will have the Pale Whale segment. Your text on who you would like to hear interviewed on the program, or just in general, coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is the Morning After, brought to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Krupin here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the show. You can watch the program on YouTube. There's a 101 ESPN channel and the TMA STL channel. And one chat is not real friendly, and then another chat is even less friendly, is what I've been told.
Yeah.
So, Doug, pick your poison.
Well, we're sensitive too. When you say something bad about us,
really hypersensitive.
It sticks with us for years.
What's the origin of pick your poison? Was it somebody about to be put to death and you had to pick your poison?
Probably. You want to be hung or have your head chopped off?
I thought there was poison involved.
Oh. Or poison.
I'll research.
It was a three-way choice.
Jackson's currently looking for the answer to that. Send your emails in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Comes your way at 10:45. Martin, yesterday, Buck Swope got the first ever win on HD1 in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Right now, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines as the Blues get ready to take on the Senators tonight here. Puck drops at 6 p.m. Pregame show, 5 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, John Kelly. Morning, JK.
Hey, Tim, how are you guys doing today?
Wonderful. How are things up in Ottawa, the hometown?
Not bad. Normally we come here, there's a foot of snow, and it's, 10 degrees. But it's a nice day. It's a nice fall day with the fall colors, and excited for the Blues game tonight in Ottawa. They got to get back on the winning track. Hopefully they can.
Your old stomping grounds, John, right? Ottawa guy?
Yeah, I'm from here. My dad grew up here and worked here. I was only 8 years old when I left here to St. Louis with our family. But we still have a family cottage a couple of hours away that we enjoy in the summer. So yeah, it's sort of a homecoming. Also, Jamie Rivers, our colleague, my partner. He's a great Ottawa native. So as a matter of fact, I worked with Darren Pang for 14 years. So I don't know if you know, but it's in my contract. I only work with Ottawa guys. So
no, clearly.
If something happens to Jamie, you guys have no shot at the job. So,
for that reason alone.
John, what does a broadcaster do during the day? You're on the road. Maybe you go to the morning skate. What do you do for the other 4 or 5 hours between morning skates and when you have to be there for the game?
I don't know if that's any of your business.
Well, I'd like to know.
Prying Us Weekly.
Yeah, Tim, you're right. No, you know what? We are like the players, honestly. Broadcasters, at least I can speak for myself, we're creatures of habit. We're going to go to the rink in about 45 minutes for the skate, and we'll watch the Senators skate as well and come back around 1 o'clock and have lunch and, do some work and prep and take a shower and come back to the rink around 4:30. So it really is a pretty regimented day and not really that exciting and glamorous, guys. But best time, though, at 7 o'clock tonight when the puck drops, that's when it's fun. It really is. As a broadcaster, that's what I enjoy the most is the games itself, and you just never know what's going to happen and stuff like that.
John Kelly, our guest here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. John is with us on Tuesdays here on the Morning After as the Blues get ready to take on the Senators and try to bounce back from disappointing performance, as Drew Bannister said, on Saturday night following the loss to Montreal. One thing that's been a consistent theme, unfortunately, since the opener in Seattle has been the team chasing the game. But 9 games in, I think overall, record-wise, I think the team would be pretty happy with where it is, considering starting off with that road trip and then now going through another one. What has stood out to you, perhaps, John, is something that has surprised you from a positive standpoint and something that you see the team needs to get going and change from a negative standpoint?
Well, they're 5-4, as you said, and they have some key injuries, as we know. Krug's out for the year. Now Robert Thomas gone for 6 weeks, and Matthew Joseph got hurt in Montreal, guys, and did not skate yesterday and was sent home. So that's tough news. So I was a little bit afraid of this, quite honestly, not that I'm a half glass empty kind of person, but last year the Blues had very, very few injuries, around 50 man games or so. And it sort of evens out, doesn't it, in sports sometimes? So hopefully this is, we're going to nip it in the bud here and not have more because obviously the Blues can't afford a lot of injuries. What stood out to me, and it's really not unexpected, is the speed of this team. It's increased a lot with the additions that Doug Armstrong made in the offseason. In particular, Matthew Joseph and Holloway have been really good. I thought their line with Bolduc the other night was the best in Montreal. And obviously adding Broberg on defense, you're adding a ton of speed. So I think that's the biggest thing. And I guess The negative, you sort of alluded to it, guys, is that the Blues are having to come from behind too often. And in every game, it seems they have spurts where they give up plays and give up goals. And I know you're not going to play perfect games, but they're not playing a consistent enough game. And partly that, I believe, is because of the newcomers and things like that. But they've got to try to play a 60-minute game. I know it's a bit of a cliche, and obviously try to play with the lead more than they have this year.
And then this Saturday, John, the return of Chief. I know you saw Craig Berube in Toronto, but I don't want to begin the countdown. You've got games Tuesday and Thursday, but that's going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
It's going to be fun, and obviously the Blues got the best of Chief in Toronto last week, so he obviously is a guy that's going to be loved forever in this city, as we know, for obvious reasons. And we had a chance, the broadcasters, Chief gave us about 10 minutes in the morning, and he seems, very content and happy. He loved his time in St. Louis. We played the quote on the broadcast the other night when he left town. He said to his wife, "We'll never be treated better than we were in St. Louis." So I guarantee when they do a video tribute to Chief, and I think they will, he'll get a standing ovation. So it'll be really good to see. I mean, you think of the history of this team, guys. I don't need to tell anyone, but you've had the likes of Scotty Bowman and Al Arbor and Ken Hitchcock and Joel Quenneville. I mean, it's the top 5 win totals for all those guys on the list. So for Chief to come in and do what those other guys couldn't, and they were all great coaches, as we know. It obviously is very special, and he'll be recognized as he should be coming up on Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of an atmosphere on Saturday night. That's the Blues and Leafs as Craig Berube returns 6 p.m. puck drop at the Enterprise Center. Blues and Senators tonight, pregame here on 101 ESPN, 5 p.m., and the puck drops at 6 p.m. as John Kelly will be with us on the call. All right, JK, always enjoy the conversation. Hopefully the Blues can bounce back this evening. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Okay, Tim, you guys have a great day.
Thank you. It's John Kelly with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Coming up on the other side of the break, a lot of texts are coming in on the interviews people want to hear, also known as the Pale Whale.
My
interviews.
Wife has texted in a suggestion.
What does Kim have?
She has Dax Flame, who is on 21 Jump Street, a younger actor. I looked at
Jackson immediately nodded, too.
It's a younger fella.
Jackson's a cinephile. I don't know if you knew that, Martin.
If you've ever seen the movie Project X, he's the one who's doing all the filming in that, and he actually has a role in it, too. He's very dry, like borderline extremely dry, and the way he talks, and I think some people find it funny. It's not necessarily for me, but I know who Dax Flame is.
Jackson lines up against Kim.
Call in on the hotline.
Yep.
Put this kid in his place. Apparently, he's also a guest on Bad Friends.
Yeah, with
popular podcast. Bobby Lee, maybe,
and Santino. Yeah,
okay.
I like that. I've seen him on there. It's funny.
But
he's
warming to the idea now.
No, but hold on. There was a but there.
It's just not. It's not necessarily my thing. Like I think there's I like that dry, almost like borderline, like it's, I don't know how best to describe
monotone,
it.
Almost?
Extremely monotone.
Like Stephen Wright,
Jake's Coke.
Extremely monotone.
Oh, by the way, when we come back, I think I may have jinxed the Blues season. I just discovered something during that interview.
Oh, no.
I'm serious. I think I did.
So you've ended this campaign, too?
Well, Fat Joe ruined Game 3 of the World Series.
Right.
I may have ruined the Blues.
So the Missouri season ended on Saturday. The Illinois season ended on Saturday. And you just destroyed the Blues season with John Kelly.
We're only a few games in.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it.
Looks like it's over. All right, well, we'll find out how we did that coming up on the other side of the break, in addition to the interviews people want to hear from. You can call in, too. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. Hey, the sponsor of the app here on TMA and throughout the day on 101 ESPN is Schaefer Door Company. That's Schaefer Door Company, and they're online at schaeferdoor.com. Now, Schaefer can be spelled a wide variety of ways, so let me get this one for you. SCHAEFERDOOR.com. And they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, kind of like what Munganast has done, and that number is as follows, and you can call it or text it, 636-782-3608. That is how you're going to get the quickest response. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. I've gotten a chance to know Jason Gosrow at Schaefer Door Company, and they run a tight ship. Doug had an issue with his garage door, and they came out and fixed it quick, fast, in a hurry. When you hear that spring break, the garage drops to the ground, you're like, who do I call? The answer is Schaefer Door. Go online at schaeferdoor.com or call or text the number they've set up specifically for our audience, 636-782-3608. It's Schaefer Door.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Sacramento Kings defeat the Portland Trailblazers.
Oh, come on!
111-98. DeMar DeRozan with 23 points for the Sacramento Kings. Light the beam. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Martin, I've worked with Doug for 17 years, and I've never seen him as furious as he is right now at Jackson Burkett over that Sports Center update.
The update was one random NBA score.
De'Aaron Fox also
we got the
24.
Blues playing tonight. We got a World Series game
I talked
tonight.
about that in the last update.
The listeners cycle off.
I'm not saying the same thing every time.
It felt a little incomplete.
What do you mean? DeMar DeRozan had 23.
Yeah,
so what?
Big win. But the Jets lost last night. Chief got them. How about Winnipeg? Their first loss.
What about that? The station carries the Blues.
Winnipeg lost?
Yes. Coach Berube went up into Winnipeg's in Alberta. No, Manitoba. Got the win. First loss for the Winnipeg Jets. It's big for Blues fans because they're in the division.
Yep.
Nuts. Jeez.
Yep. I don't think the Sacramento Kings are in their division.
No, Banchero had 50 last night. You didn't mention that.
I got 2 more updates to go.
Okay, God.
Everyone knows the 9 o'clock
NBA
one.
scores.
That's right. Well, people don't know where to find these
It's
things.
impossible to get it unless they tune in for the
We
update.
still get calls in the sports office at Fox News. What's the score? And I'm like, of what? I'm sorry, the NFL game? It's 2024. Like, and God bless, we'll try and help, but I'm pretty sure that score is available.
Wouldn't you think
somewhere.
if you're smart enough to find the phone number to the TV station,
could
you'd be
find
smart enough to have internet access and get the score yourself?
And now I can promise you, TMA listeners are going to start calling you this evening looking for scores. So just as a warning, that's the Pandora's box you've opened. Just like what we have going on right now with our live phone calls on the air. The Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974. 0101, Tioga Jackson, Fernando Vina, 0101. There you go.
Fernando was on my podcast recently. You want to get him on the show? He'll call in.
Yes.
He would love it. He's coaching like his son's little league or something.
I bet the son that was around the locker room has to be like 30
son,
now.
maybe.
Okay, got it.
Something like that.
Fernando Vina, all the early aughts Cardinals. Martin, I don't know if you had a chance to talk it over with caller Adam before.
Wainwright? Oh, bring it on.
No. This is a guy who gets. Doug's already upset about Jackson Sports Center update.
Yeah.
This is gonna set him off a little bit more. I have a feeling.
I'm
a big fan. This is my wife's favorite caller.
Oh,
yeah, caller Adam. The Martin's jotting down more notes. Caller Adam, welcome to 101 ESPN.
Well, I'm not putting on airs for anybody just because you're on HD1. You got the sexy new host. You got the sexy new signal. I don't care about any of that.
What do you care about?
Okay, like you said, I'm Anna Marie's favorite caller.
That's right.
I want to call in about what I want to call in about. I will clock it at 33 times I called just to get put on hold. To be clear, I don't know if a bunch of people are calling in or if nobody's manning the phones.
Both.
Jackson, who's manning the phones?
It's a team effort.
You have the most vague answers.
Yeah, this guy.
Are you going to be in like political communications at some point?
If you can't win, don't play.
Well, you have a hot
Here's
take,
my
Adam?
deal, though.
Are you angry, Adam? What are you angry about?
Yeah, my wife and I have switched lube, and I want to talk about it. So we've always traditionally, as TMA listeners know, have used normal coconut oil from Costco. The big thing of it, you keep it by your bedside. Just put your hand in there, get you a little globule of it. It melts.
Don't say
and put it on
globule.
your
That's the right
member.
term, globule.
I got the Titans looking to cover this weekend. Indy's on the road. Doug, you think Jacksonville, should they tank at this point?
Why not get the draft
We've
pick?
switched to defractionated coconut oil,
Okay.
and that it stays liquid at room temperature.
Oh, that's
and
helpful.
So it's got a
Is
pump
he
on
doing
the
a
top.
live read?
I'm just
Yeah, this is YOLO.
I'm just telling you now. I don't support any brand, but I would recommend an organic defractionated coconut oil. It stays liquid. You can pour
Earmuffs,
it right on
Jackson. You got
yourself
some earmuffs
or
over
in
there?
your hand.
I like this change. Now, why did you guys make the change, caller Adam?
So, I mean, we've been experimenting with different kind of positions and different holes. And so, like, the whole deal is that with your normal coconut oil, you kind of got to warm it up. You got to get that, it's colder. And we kind of keep the temperature lower in the house. So the defractionated coconut oil just stays liquid the whole time. It works great. I would recommend it for
He's
everybody.
doing a live spot.
Yeah, it does. I don't see this on the books,
Bill
Jackson.
this fella.
Yeah.
I got you.
I'm not
You'll be
sponsored by
invoiced.
anybody.
That sounds like
It's
it.
But you do work with Tom Schmidt at Salt and Smoke.
I love Tom Schmidt. Tom Schmidt is the one that recommended the defractionated coconut oil.
For heaven's
Now he's assassinating characters.
Yeah, Tom just knows good lube and barbecue.
Oh, There's a combo.
Absolutely. I would
Stop
put
by.
that on anybody that Tom knows that. I want to talk. Can I talk to Jackson Burke?
Maybe off
For
air.
just a second.
Briefly.
Jackie, don't let those Reddit neck beards get you down.
I'm good,
okay?
baby.
Don't worry about
I don't
these
look at
Reddit
it.
people.
I don't look at it.
I know,
Reddit
but I'm going to send them.
neck
I'm going to send
beards.
screenshots of it to you so you can see it. They
Please do
don't
not.
like it much on
Bandits!
Reddit.
Yeah.
Screenshot bandits!
I have buddies who do that. I'm like, get that away from me. I don't want to look at it.
Is Doug on the dais? Is he
I'm
still on the
here.
show? Is
Yes,
Doug on the show?
I'm here. Yes.
Okay. Listen, just because you're on 101 doesn't mean you can't be a power bottom for me, big
Okay,
boy.
put him down. Okay, put him down. Cut his mic.
I dumped it just to be safe. I didn't
Okay.
know. I don't know.
So that
This is
was
why we don't
caller
take so
Adam.
many calls.
And that's why my wife loves him more than any other caller.
Wow.
Yep.
That's why we don't take a lot of calls.
Okay, maybe no more calls, fellas. Maybe 10 o'clock hour.
You think
I
that's what we
think
go
the
to?
10 o'clock hour should be sort of like the TMA unloading zone. All these folks and fellas that feel they're now being left behind. We don't want to leave anyone behind in our country. So maybe put them in the 10 o'clock hour.
There's a gentleman in the YouTube chat by the name of Ferrario's Ball Gag.
Yeah, he's frequent.
And he says, this is the cool part at TMA that won't make it on this spot. They will be talked to after this, and this won't happen again. Wanna bet? I told Tommy yesterday, I said, I want to bet all these people who think these certain things, and I'll just be collecting ROI all day long. So feel free. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. If you're interested in making wagers, I'm happy to do it with you. All right, we have the Pale Whale interviews. The Pale Whale, what do we got? We got Stan Kroenke, but you're saying he's not realistic?
No, according to Jackson, he's not realistic, which I understand. You're
who does
right.
he talk to?
We could say we'd love to have George Clooney in studio, talk about his career. Not going to happen.
I feel like that's more likely.
May happen.
You think Clooney in studio is more likely than Stan Kroenke?
100%.
Okay.
I don't know if
I agree with
anyone.
that.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone would be like harder to get.
Well,
than Stan
actually,
Kroenke.
during all of that stuff, there's a guy who Kroenke has a PR handler, Tamago, and you have to go through Tamago.
Somebody's going to take the text
just
name
a one-name
Tamago.
guy?
That is, I don't remember his last name. I've got him in my phone probably, but he literally is Kroenke's PR guy, Tamago. And I would email every year, hey, we'd love to get that. Yeah, let's circle back and later this year. Hey, nothing.
You think there's a more laid-back job in the world than being Stan Kroenke's
It's the
PR
easiest
guy?
job. That's a hard no. Hey, Costas was hoping. Nope. Hey, Joe Bug was hoping. Nope. But I met in Oxnard, California, and somebody said, that's Tamago. And I've been emailing him for years. So I went over and I said, Tamago, Martin, St. Louis. He goes, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. And I said, how are we looking at the interview? He goes, oh, no, we're good. We're good. He goes, hey, Marvin Demoff's over there. You should talk to him. It's his anniversary. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to talk to Marvin Demoff. I wanted to talk to Enos.
He can barely talk anyway. He can barely put together
Not a
sentence.
great speaker.
No.
That's the whole story of relocation. Jerry Jones took over that Chicago meeting.
The Houston meeting?
Was it? Well, I think initially in Chicago because the Rams were making their presentation. They had audio-visual charts and graphs. And I guess Stan is not the best speaker.
Can't talk, no.
And Jerry just took over.
It's really unusual to find anybody that successful who can't communicate. Because usually, whoever is the best communicator, that got the best line of BS going, those guys are usually very successful.
Right.
To be successful and not be able to talk is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing.
And apparently in 2010, he took ownership. That summer, it was the Sam Bradford season. He was the rookie. They played him in New England. And after the game, they said, get up here, stand on. And apparently it did not go real well. And he got mad and said, don't ever make me do that again.
Don't ever make me talk
get
again.
Get up and speak, yes. Which is, to Doug's point, it's hard to believe that he can't pull that off. So even if you did get him, I don't know how satisfying it would be.
You'd hear nothing.
Now, I have been told, believe this or not,
by caller Adam.
No, by somebody I would describe as close to the situation, that Kevin Demoff would be willing to do an interview. Would you want to hear from, as your cohort at the 2 Fox said in one of the greatest moments in St. Louis sportscasting history, chuckles Charlie Marlowe, professional liar is what he supered him as. Would you want to hear from Kevin Demoff?
I don't think I could turn it down, but I don't know if I could stay calm. I think I'd be hostile.
Yeah. Could you believe anything that he said?
Well, that's the problem. And why would he want to do? Probably maybe it eats at him a little bit, that everyone in St. Louis thinks he's a scumbag. I mean, maybe that eats in him. Probably not. Gets in a Mercedes, goes back to his Malibu home.
Right. Oh, yeah,
he
he's
doesn't
fine.
care a whole lot.
And then you hear his name thrown about as a possible future commissioner of the league.
How about that?
Who said that?
I think that was in a Peter King column.
Oh, whatever. Demoff, whose job is to be Smithers. Give me a break. You know, after everything went down, I texted him and I direct messaged him because I wasn't sure if he was changing his phone number or all of that. And my boss, my GM, Spencer Koch, was the general manager at Fox 2 forever. And we had the Rams relationship. And when Kevin got here, he said to Spencer, he said, show me around. Let me meet all of the corporate folks. I want to really get to know everyone in town. And Spencer took him under his wing. They'd meet up here at Pumpernickel's like once a week. And they would talk about the St. Louis, how do you get in with these folks? And, you know, hey, go Rams, all this stupid crap. So when it all went down, I texted him and I said, if you have an ounce of decency, and I suspect you don't, I said, you will call and thank Spencer for everything he did for you. And then I direct messaged him. I said, in case you changed your phone, numbnuts, I said.
Oh, you said this thanks to him?
I said, if you have any decency, I don't care about me. I said, you should contact Spencer and thank him for all the effort he put into you. And about a week or two later, I said to Spencer, did you ever hear back? He said, nope, not a word. And I said, that's all you need to know. Because even if they do move, you can still make that call. Hey, I'm so sorry how it went down, but everything you did, I appreciate it. That tells me everything I need to know.
Did he respond to your text?
No, he did not.
Well, you called him numbnuts.
Well, I think I did. I know I said, if you have an ounce of decency, I think the direct message, I might have been late at night. And just, listen here, fella.
Had a little taste.
Fella. The only job I've ever been fired from was doing Rams preseason football, and it was by Demoff. I actually blame Cusimano because we were doing radio together, and it's when they had fired the equipment guy, Todd Hewitt, and then they had fired the team photographer, and then they'd fired the team security, all this stuff. And then John Oswald, who was in charge of team travel, the greatest guy, super pleasant. Yeah. He kind of got railroaded by Devaney and Spags because they were on this reign of terror.
That was Doug's favorite tandem.
And so Frank and I are on the radio, and Frank got all worked up, and he got mad and started like ripping all of them. It was great. So I started chiming in, and I go, what a bunch of losers. They can't win a game on Sunday, but they fire everybody on Monday. Get out of here. We went on this huge rant. Later in the day, Demoff sends me a text. You should know those decisions are made by me. I'm in charge. And next time you want to bury our whole franchise, include me. And I wrote back, will do. And I went to Spencer and I said, you're going to get a call. And he did the next day from Kevin. Thought it was inappropriate that the home of the Rams is treating him like that. And all this
holding rights.
Crapola and whatever. So, yes, we should get him on.
So when it's all said and done?
If you can do it, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm going to put the puck on the net.
There's nothing in it for him now. This was all a game. We were all being played. This was a scam that they had. And now there's nothing in it for him. So he would never do it now.
We will go through the list of the texts in on the recommended interviews. People do want the Demoff interview, I should say, in the Air Comfort Service.
I think you have to go for it. It's just like Kroenke. Even if we know he's not going to say anything, you'd give it a shot. Yeah. Bill Laurie's probably not going to say anything. I'm just kind of curious how, just because he's so remote and just disappeared off the face of the planet, that would make him interesting to me. I think Scott Rowland, if he really wanted to dig in on the La Russa stuff.
That's the thing. I went Ozzie and La Russa, Rowland and La Russa, Schilt and Mozeliak. We got some pairings that we want to send out at the Pro-Am. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, if there are topics that if they would really open up, people will say, oh, that was a great interview. Well, actually, the guest was willing to talk.
Right.
You could get the biggest name on the phone right now, and if they don't want to play ball,
100%.
How many of those circuits were you on where, hey, you're next. Who is it? Seattle, St. Louis, yeah. Hey, yeah, I got a movie coming out. And like, next. And then somebody here says, we need to get going. We need to get
They come over to the air. We had that happen with
Wasn't a Sopranos anchor or Sopranos actor that was on the show, and then they chimed in. He needs to get going.
We had it happen with a WWE wrestler.
Right. I Googled somebody, and she had been in porn, and we asked about that, and that's when they came in and said, this will do it for the interview. It's over.
How about that? It was Doug asking that question, not me. What kind of odds could you got
I just
on that?
Googled it. It came right up.
It's 8:48 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is called The Morning After. This is 101 ESPN.
Are you currently sideways with the IRS? If so, we've got a guy for you. His name is Mark Milton. Do you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, or wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, maybe facing IRS criminal investigation? That's serious stuff. If so, you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he actually represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now, Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have any IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty.
Welcome back to Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. If you want to call into the program. And
no, we're over. We're done.
Callier and Thompson.
What's that guy ruined it?
Call Adam.
Oh, yeah. Set radio back about 20 years.
I think he advanced the show. 314-974-0101. And we're taking live phone calls on 101 ESPN. Look at that. It's the market disruption.
Calls?
Welcome to the market disruption. You with it? You against it? It doesn't matter.
Someone thought we might have got fired fired in the break. They said, damn it, they're back.
What was worse, Fat Joe's performance or the call by Adam? We'll take your texts. We'll beg for your calls.
Begging for calls, guy. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. And you can participate in the conversation on 101 ESPN's YouTube channel and TMA STL's YouTube channel. 2 different YouTube channels, same show, 2 different styles of chat, I'm being told. I don't know. We've been talking about what interviews we want to get on the program. The pale whale is what it's called in honor of Jackson being pale, and the white whale, that's the combination. It's just cute.
Sounds like a dive bar in South City.
I do kind of like that.
Pale
I miss the
whale.
Windsor Inn on Hampton. So we've agreed that we'll take Kevin Demoff if I can get him. All right?
Oh, yeah,
so we're on.
100%.
Quinn Snyder, we're all on board with. You like that one?
I'll never do it, but I would love it. Wasn't he fired by Gary Link? Didn't they?
That's what I really want to talk about.
Gary Link walked over to let him know he's being fired, and that's what you do at a big time university.
He had to tell him. I don't know that Link actually was the one who fired him.
No, he told. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, good clarification. He was the one who handed out the news,
and then he got it himself, Gary Link.
Eventually,
later.
Yeah, how about that?
I'd like to get Gary Link on.
Sure.
No, I'm being serious. That's one that
Didn't you go to school with him or no?
No, I used to watch him play high school basketball in Lindbergh. He was a huge star when I was a little kid. We used to always go and watch him play for Lindbergh.
He was like Mr.
All-state players.
Mizzou. He did the football pregame show, even though he was the basketball guy. And he got let go, and that thing just went south quick. He's on a lot of Mizzou stuff on this list. A lot of mystery down there.
That's kind of where we are.
What about
You're
Michael
right.
Sam? I would like to get him on the show.
So what do you think he's doing?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
that answers the question.
I know what he's doing. But wouldn't it be interesting to have him on the show?
I'd love to hear from him.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the conspiracy theory on the Michael Sam draft pick by the Rams?
Oh,
I'm sure you have.
Fisher was told he had to take him.
We'll take Michael, and the league will therefore approve the move.
Was it not approving the move? But
that was implied. And then I recall they had some games over in London. That was also part of the
very
deal.
Popular.
He went on Channel 2.
And said this would lead to more tourism.
Yeah, people in London would come over here because the Rams played a game
People in
over there.
Chesterfield don't even go downtown.
No.
Cheerio, mate. We're here to see your football squad.
They're not losers.
I would like to get Fisher on. You had him on your podcast, didn't you?
I did. Oh my God, man! This is what an absolute. This is one of Jackson's words. He told me to work it in the Fisher window and door store 8 o'clock hour
because it's Fisher.
Dichotomy.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Serendipitous.
Stop it!
What?
Don't say serendipitous.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, not here.
A listener to TMA told me he had gotten Jeff Fisher's phone number off of his dad's phone. I'm not BSing you. This is how it went down. And he said, I'm pretty sure this is it. And this was like it was right after he got fired. So I'm like, okay, got to put pucks on net. And so I called it and I texted it. And I'm driving along. It's an afternoon, probably a week afterwards. And I was thinking to myself, oh, yeah, I guess that was the wrong number, or he's just not going to get back to me. And he calls, and it's me and Jeff Fisher talking for like 40 minutes. We even get into the Jared Goff, Carson Wentz picks, and he's just saying everything. And he goes, oh, they knew they were going to move. They knew they were going to move back in, September.
Yeah, he was really bitter when he got fired.
That's why. So that's
he
why we're going
delivered
into
the move, and then he gets axed.
Yes, exactly.
He got demoffed.
Oh, boy, did he ever. And he's I was sitting in my car looking at the phone going, I cannot believe what I have going on. And I said, are you willing to come on the show and talk about this? Remember this, Doug? And we booked him, John Seymour, incredible producer. He produced at 101 ESPN. Then he came over to TMA.
Big step up.
Absolutely. That's the progression. It's going from the Yankees to the Marlins. And he's waiting for the call. And Fisher said he was calling at this particular time, and then he avoids it. He eventually comes on my podcast, and the things that he told me on the phone, he then acted like he never said. And I was like, okay, I guess we're going to do this. And he goes, if you're trying to get me to admit that we knew we were moving, I'm never going to say that. And I'm like, okay, but you're not saying it didn't happen. You're just saying I'm never going to say that.
The lawyers would probably know this. He had to have been deposed during this whole lawsuit. Do you think? If anybody at the top of your list.
I think part of the hashtag slaying the dragon was that all of that stuff gets destroyed.
Right. But I'm sure he had to sit in front of lawyers and tell the truth. He was about the easiest coach I've ever dealt with. We did a Monday night show. We did pregame stuff. He was the coolest. Now, they didn't win a lot. Yeah. And like guys like Chris Long would tell you that, oh, man, love Coach Fish, but we're going 7-9. Like, people loved Fish. Maybe now he would revisit. It's been a while.
Even after a bad game, though, he was always pleasant and would talk and handle any question.
We had all these one-on-one commitments that he would do, and, I would call Chuck Marlowe. They'd be in Seattle, they'd lose, or Phoenix, and I'd call Charlie, like, how'd it go? How was Fish? He goes, dude, he's fine. He makes $8 million a year. He's fine. And I'm like, I know, but they just lost 30-10. And Charlie's like, dude, he's fine. He makes $8 million a year. I'm like, oh, okay, he's fine.
That's probably got something to do with it.
Yeah,
We'll regroup on Monday, but we'll lose next week.
Doug has a wonderful impression of Jeff Fisher. This was when somebody asked about the offense and defense. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking
teams?
about. Oh, it was the special teams. Special team. Don't forget about the special team. Heard that a few times.
All jowl.
Is that what that is? That's a jowl sound?
Just talking with your jowls.
All right, here we go. Pale whale. We have the recommendations. Talk to guys from the steroid era of baseball. So remember Sosa did like an interview on ESPN, but it never really got that much attention. Both with the combination of how his appearance looks incredibly different from the man he was.
He's a white guy now.
Yeah, there's that.
Is he a pale whale?
He's a pale whale.
Literally. He's like pink. He's like turned like pink.
Mike Keenan. Did you guys have any interactions with Mike Keenan?
Oh, yeah.
That was kind of before my era.
Yeah. I was here with Keenan. I remember towards the end, if they'd put his picture up on the video board, the whole building would start booing. They had to stop showing the cutaways of him on the bench. He was a different guy away from the ice as he was on. I always thought Mike Keenan was doing a Scotty Bowman impersonation, right down to the hair combed all the way back, where Bowman was kind of very difficult, stern taskmaster, clearly the one in charge, wanted everyone to be slightly afraid of him. But off the ice, couldn't have been more pleasant.
Friend of the show, Mike Caruso, I think, had his career advanced by Mike Keenan. I think he actually had a good experience with him and then moved up the ranks. It was my first year in town. Keenan came back because he was coaching Vancouver, and they made him available. I remember being down there. I don't know if it was after the game or before the game, and Frank was in front, and Frank was peppering him. Mike, what is your biggest regret? He's just like pounding him, and I'm like new to town, and I'm in the back kind of raising my hand, and Keenan finally just got sick of Frank peppering him. I'm like, okay, who is the Mount Rushmore of Blues players that you screwed over? And then Mike Keenan pointed at me and goes, that guy.
He moved on.
Oh, hey, that guy. Hey, thanks. I'd put him on the list.
I'd love to have him on. 9 o'clock in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you. It's the morning after. The program's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. And you are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. JV golf coach and Buck Swope are tied with 6 wins apiece for the month of October. Goes to Gangster Pete's hat. Has 5 wins. You can compete with the greats. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45 here on the program. Martin always has things, though, at 10, and so he leaves at 10.
I did 2 hours of paperwork yesterday. I said immigration. It was a little more like customs. I had my passport out.
They weren't sure who you were?
A lot of paperwork.
Yeah.
We have so what'd your grandma think? Which is a tribute to Calvin May.
Yeah, with the Open.
With the Open is back?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you were around when Cal May asked Jason Hayward what his grandmother thought.
You'll enjoy this Open.
We'll have that word Dallas reporter.
The best would be the skipper, because he deferred to Cal May. And if Tim said it or Doug said it, it'd be swatted into the upper deck like, Tony, would you say it wasn't the greatest outing by Izzy? Yeah, that's a really good point. And you're like, what? It was? It is?
So that's what that segment is named after. That is coming up. Always feel free to text in 314-399-9646 Air Comfort Service text line, or call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Feeling like you've lost your edge? If your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health, your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. Enter promo code RISE upon going to the website, and make sure that you enter RISE at Mentality's website, lowtusa.com. If you're feeling tired all the time, it might be more than just stress. Low testosterone could be the issue. If you're struggling to keep the weight off or maintain muscle, testosterone levels could be the culprit. Low testosterone doesn't just affect your body, it can impact your mind too, leading to irritability, anxiety, and even depression. It's Mentality that can possibly help. Just go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com and enter promo code RISE. Welcome back to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. We're on 101 ESPN, the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, as well as the TMA STL YouTube channel, and the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. All kinds of different places to access the program, and those apps are brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It is our 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program, representing the title sponsor, Brown and Krupin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Andy Krupin.
Well, a round of applause and everything. How about that?
Wow. Who I've gotten to see. You talked about that lid, which is so wonderful. I'm so jealous of it. Now Doug has a full head of hair. Martin's got a full head of hair. Jackson's increasing his hair. I'm the bald one in here, and I got to see it last. And it truly is, as you said, a thing to behold.
Did I say that? Let me tell you something. When it, I sort of used it as a Halloween prop. And when I use a pick to pick it out, maybe one time for the viewers, like I'll bring it in, or I'll do it live. You would not believe how big it gets. Right now, it's really kind of slicked back because it's still wet. I haven't been out of the shower for very long. But it's great. This studio's huge. This is great.
Well,
I feel like I made it.
Closet next to the restroom.
That's
down
right.
The hall.
Well, except that closet had our name on it.
I guess that's true. Sounds like a grievance. Martin's taking notes over there.
That's right.
Okay, check the paperwork about Krupin door. Okay.
Thank you.
We were having a conversation in the previous segment regarding the Rams, and a conversation that I had off air with Jeff Fisher, and then the conversation that I wound up having with him on my podcast. Martin, you started asking Andy a question regarding depositions and what witnesses are required to say and do when under oath.
Well, first off, I feel like I'm being deposed because this camera is like a foot away from me. Look up on there. I'm like, boy, the camera really does add. What did they say, 40 pounds?
Well, 15. I think 15.
I think it's adding about 40 to me. But if you are being deposed and you lie, like how will they know? Like if Jeff Fisher's being deposed for that lawsuit, I'm sure he was, or Demoff, how compelled are they to tell the truth, and how do we hold them to that?
So when you're being deposed, you're sworn in. That's under penalty of perjury. That's a criminal offense. Now, how do they know? I don't know. I mean, it's like any crime. Somebody has to have reason to believe that you've committed the crime and are able to prove it. But oftentimes those things are provable. People are convicted of perjury all the time.
So
and
it's a pretty major threat to tell the truth.
Without a doubt. Now, you aren't always required to say everything you know. In other words, if it may incriminate you criminally, you may not have to say it. But if you say it and it is untrue, that's a problem.
And what's the penalty ballpark for perjury?
Well, I guess it depends on the circumstances.
Asking for a friend.
But remember, Lil Kim, I think, did a year in jail. I mean, it's real. It's a real penalty. There can be big fines. There can be jail time. It's real.
Wow. Lil Tim could be doing jail time. And Tim was saying that all of that material, though, once the settlement happens, was all torn to bits, right? There is no record.
Yeah, because it depends on how everything happened. But generally, if it was not, in a courtroom, it is not public material. Yes, that is probably all destroyed. Well, probably not destroyed yet. They probably have to keep a lot of it for a certain period of time, but certainly under lock and key. It's not something that you or I will get a hold of unless we got somebody on the inside.
Wow. Yeah, I think the Post-Dispatch was trying to get it so that that material would be released, if memory serves, right after the announcement of the settlement, but it has not been.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah, and that was probably part of what the stipulations were when they cut the $750 million check.
Slayed the dragon, though.
But did slay the dragon as it was announced.
We showed them.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
They won't come around here again.
What happened with that deal with the practice facility? That it had some contractual right to buy it for $1?
Well, that's still true, and that was always true. So when they lured him to St. Louis, part of the deal is they'd build him a facility, give him a 30-year lease. Oh, by the way, Rams, at the end of it, you can buy it. So that was always in there.
Buy it for like $1.
Literally $1.
They got a lot of nerve to come back now.
And I guess the report, was it the Business Journal?
Yes,
somebody
the Business Journal
that said he is planning on, this would be a Demoff question, that he's planning on enacting that right. And why wouldn't he buy it for $1? How that can be disputed, I don't understand. But somebody told me that in that settlement with the NFL, that the St. Louis Sports Authority is going to argue that in the wording there, that no future claims can be made against each other, that that they believe in that agreement that it nullified whatever that agreement was. That's their legal argument right now. I don't know enough about it, but they're saying that settlement, that if you look in the wording in there, where neither side has any future claim against one another, that somehow that includes this facility. I'm not sure.
I would hope so. Well, I haven't seen any estimates as to what that site is worth.
$25 million, sir.
Well, for a buck?
$25 million.
For a buck.
For $1.
That's
Do you think Stan will walk away from that?
Hell no.
No, he wouldn't walk away from a buck.
Right.
Hell no.
So you tear it down, build storage facility or warehouse and rent it out or whatever you do with it. I mean,
it's a soccer complex now.
Yeah,
Right?
Lou Hughes is running the whole operation. The problem is nobody fixes anything out there because nobody really owns it.
Right.
So who's going to put money into it? So I think, and I'm not a lawyer. Good thing we have this segment.
Lucky you.
I'm not a lawyer, but I think, without looking at those documents from the NFL agreement, I would think he has legal standing to do it, even if it's unpopular move around here. What does he care?
He doesn't care. I would hope that was somehow contemplated in the settlement.
Yeah. How do you
or
resolve that
invalidated because the contract, there was maybe fraud in the who knows? It'll be interesting to see how that played out. I mean, at this point, can he be any less popular? It'll just give my dad an excuse to make another commercial.
spot.
That's right. My dad's secretly rooting for it.
I always thought that was the move when they first left, was to go to them and say, all right, listen, you win, you get to leave. We wasted all this money. Sign off on the facility.
Yeah.
We'll keep it. It's worth 15 to 25 million. We spent 15 to 20 million chasing you out of town. I always thought that was going to be the move. And he may have laughed in their face and said, I have no reason to do that. But if you said, listen, you want to leave on somewhat decent terms and not be a complete villain, let us have the practice facility. I always wondered if that was going to be the move, which I don't think they ever tried.
It just seemed like it would have been so easy to wrap up into the settlement, because I would guess if
That's what we were wondering. Why wouldn't that be tended to in the settlement?
Because even at the end of the day, if they were arguing back and forth and it was going to blow up and you guys keep the practice settlement at the same number, had it all been kind of tied up in a neat little package and that was just part of the settlement that they got it, I don't think anybody would care.
Right.
And it wouldn't have cost anybody any more money. It just seems, I mean, I hate to say sloppy because they did a great job, I think, with the settlement. There has to be a reason. I can't imagine somebody just neglected to notice that this was in there.
Andy Krupin, Brown and Krupin, is the presenting sponsor of TMA. And Andy, we're in the new studio. It's wonderful to have you join us down the hallway. As you said, when you made it in, you turned the corner.
That's right.
Turned the corner. Welcome in. We appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Andy Krupin with us here. Brown and Krupin is the presenting sponsor of TMA. We'll take a commercial break. And Jackson has So What'd Your Grandma Think? A tribute to Cal May. And this is a Dallas reporter getting sideways with a member of the Cowboys. All right, that's coming your way on the other side of the break. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN.
If you are looking to get your house spruced up, the name you need to know is Collier and Thompson. It's a great investment in your home to do everything you can to make it look its absolute best. Collier and Thompson does kitchens and bathrooms and basements and wine rooms, man caves, bars, accent rooms, fireplace walls, offices, you name it, they do it. They're also big on removing walls to open up that first floor. They've been doing a lot of that lately. This is a business that's been around since the 1950s. They have more than 160 total years of experience with their crews. The owners, Carolyn Beard and Bob Strati, have both been there more than 20 years now. They got a team of designers. They've got all kinds of specialists to do the jobs for you. Almost everything with Collier and Thompson is right there in-house. You don't need to go to 5, 8, 10 different places to remodel one room. With Collier and Thompson, the countertops, the appliances, the lighting, the flooring, the hardware, the plumbing, it's all right there in-house. Collier and Thompson is on Manchester in Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality. Come home to Collier and Thompson.
Is that the name of the segment?
Yeah.
So what is there the business?
Do you happen to have the interaction between Calvin and Jason Hayward?
Is there a backstory?
I can attempt
that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. You can watch the program on the TMA STL channel or the 101 ESPN channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, who is like staring into an eclipse based on the way the sun is hitting him.
Well, we have drapes. Why don't you draw the drapes?
Why don't you draw the drapes?
This guy's a cocky Ledoux guy.
I gotta hit all the buttons. I gotta fill out beef up the dossier. Here he goes. Here he goes.
Has to get up and help the Ledoux guy's draperies.
All right, right there. Perfect. Thank you, Doug. That's actually much appreciated.
Well, there was a solution. I agree with Doug. I mean, it wasn't something we couldn't handle.
Well, I have the Calmea, the
Here it
origin.
is.
Switching gears.
Jason Hayward was enjoying his time in St. Louis. Did he play here 9 years?
I don't think he really liked it here.
Okay, here you go.
I think he said.
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told her yet.
That's it. That's the whole story.
I'm sorry, that doesn't clear it up.
No, he had.
Why is he asking what his
I think on the day of the game, they had made a big deal on a broadcast maybe that his grandmother was here to watch him play. Okay. And so it's a big game. He's the star. And right after the game in the locker room, he's asked, what'd your grandma
so
think?
it's a fair question, but it seemed like a snippy response.
So what'd your grandma think?
I don't know. I haven't told her yet.
See, the game had just ended. He hadn't had time to talk to Granny.
People laughing?
I don't know.
Because Calmea got slapped around. Why are people laughing? Oh, I love Cal.
So that is the name of the segment in which, unfortunately, a reporter gets scolded by a player, and this took place this past evening in Santa Clara following another unfortunate loss for everybody in St. Louis's second favorite team, the Dallas Cowboys. Jackson, give the context to our audience here.
A reporter, it seemed like in the tunnel leading into the locker room, asked Trayvon Diggs, brother Stephon Diggs, about a certain play, about what he was doing, kind of questioning maybe some effort or maybe how he was going about the play, and Trayvon Diggs did not take too kindly to that.
Okay, now I don't want to be the Kia. Everybody hates the Kia, the know-it-all. I think, only because I was reading up last night, that baseball game was wonderfully long. Apparently, and if I think I'm getting, I don't want to correct you and then be wrong myself, but the reporter tweeted during the game and called out Trayvon Diggs' effort. And apparently Diggs goes in the locker room after the game and sees it and then comes out because they're waiting to enter the room.
Oh, that's outstanding.
So Trayvon Diggs follows this guy on Twitter, sees it, and I don't know what the original tweet said, but he questioned his effort.
Yeah.
So Diggs comes out, full uniform, to the pile of reporters from Dallas that are all waiting their turn to get in there. And that's when he confronts him about the tweet, apparently, which good for him that Trayvon Diggs is following his work.
Here's the audio.
Took from that? Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
What? Reporter hung in there.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't back off.
He said the whole play, that's what you took from that. And I don't have the tweet, but apparently it was something about effort, or like he didn't really
effort
chase
thing
him
is
down.
a sacred spot to go into.
I don't like going there with effort. Like a team quit when Mizzou laid down at A&M. I felt like... I think even the coach kind of questioned a little bit of the compete level after the game, but it's rare in media. That's a tough one.
Now, you'll notice, Doug, we always talk about this with hockey.
Right.
Didn't like the effort tonight.
They just say it.
They say it. But one of the things that I think people, I know I did, and you did too. We heard the same thing the morning after, no playing words intended, the Tyler O'Neill, Ollie Marmol thing last year, especially since he had just been named starting center fielder a week beforehand when Ollie Marmol called out his effort. I was like, wow, I get it. But that's something that you do behind closed doors. And we were kind of in the minority. We got our asses lit up for that perspective. Don't care. It's what I thought. It's what you thought. But with hockey, it seems different. It's just talked about in more of a general term. But, like Anthony Richardson, we talked about the tapping out. That's gotten national media going crazy, and I imagine it's the same thing in Indianapolis after he asked out for a play. Tyler O'Neill having his effort called out, that was the end of Tyler O'Neill in St. Louis. So the effort thing is a sacred thing in the realm of sports. Hockey, it's just a different connotation, I think.
Mm-hmm. And my understanding with the Ali Marmol quote, which shocked a lot of people, especially with the Cardinals, everything's great. Come on down, grab a bobblehead. It was weird to kind of see that. My understanding is there was frustration in the clubhouse with O'Neill, and that he was great to deal with, super polite, and seemed like a great guy. But I guess there was some frustration with some of his teammates, and that's why they felt it was okay to kind of throw that out there. But it's such a bad, it's great for us. It's a great topic, but it's such a bad look when you start disclosing things publicly, even if it is a clubhouse issue. But that was my understanding, is that it was almost done to kind of appease the room, like, hey, we're going to call this guy out so that you guys all understand we have a certain standard here. But I think O'Neill was like shocked. He kind of just doubled and tripled down on it. Like, I don't have any problem.
I think it's especially bad to have your effort called out in baseball, where the players aren't really tired. It's one thing in football if you've played 4 quarters and you're dying out there and you'd love to have a quick breather, or even hockey. But baseball, you've got no real excuse to be tired, not to give an effort.
Shannon Sharp was all over Trayvon Diggs for going after the reporter. Jackson, you say this is some good sound here from Doug. Do you call him Unc?
Yeah, I don't. I've never said
Shay? Well, there's Club Shay Shay. There's Unc. There's the thing he does with Ocho Cinco.
Yeah, this is from that.
Okay.
This is from the podcast with Ocho Cinco.
New segment. This is from that.
How did Trayvon get his phone so quick? So he going straight to IG. He going straight to social media to see what's being said. Ocho, is that not a reasonable question, man? What Diggs doing on this play?
Yeah, it is.
Man, these guys, bro, man, society, bro, y'all got sports guys. Y'all got to toughen up. Come on now, y'all got to let people do their job.
There you go, sticking up for the media.
How about that?
Well, he is part of the media.
Now that he is, yes. But I got to tell you, that Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco thing, I love the dynamic there.
Yeah.
You're a fan as well?
I like when Prime's on. I like when Coach Prime's on, and they give Shannon a lot of hell for his sex tape thing, like his audio sex tape
the
thing.
Instagram post.
Yeah, that's I find that to be quite funny. They have a really funny. Ocho Cinco's like incredible. Like he's so funny. He'd be a great guest. That's my pale whale.
Pale whale is Ocho Cinco.
Ocho Cinco. He eats McDonald's every day and is cut and weighs and like probably is still in playing shape.
What's his order, bro?
He likes a Big Mac.
Does he really?
You couldn't do that. You can't out-eat it. You can't outwork a diet like that.
Jackson.
It's what he says. I didn't say it.
Well, he's going to be a guest.
Call him
Ocho Cinco and Demoff tomorrow. Big show.
You couldn't eat like that and still be cut. I don't think you could.
Marshall Falk would come in Sunday nights on our Rams show, the Falk Talk segments, and he'd have a big bag of McDonald's. And I said, "What are you eating? What are you doing?" You didn't score 3 touchdowns a day? And I'm like, I know, but I'm not eating like 2 extra large fries. He goes, I see you running up and down the turf floor. And I'm like, okay, go ahead. Whatever works.
Enjoy your treats.
I do think there's a great point. How quickly is he going to his phone? He was in full uniform, hadn't taken a shower, hadn't taken off his shoulder pads, and he's immediately going to his phone to just see what's being
If you're reading your phone with your gloves still on, you should know that it's too quick.
Yeah.
He probably thought he was going to get some blowback, and that's why he did it.
Yeah, probably.
He was looking for the trouble. Martin was looking for trouble yesterday when he sat down with John Mozeliak.
Looking for trouble?
And that's what the interview became. Now, I'm anxious to hear what he has to say about this. We're going to have this soundbite for you coming up. It'll be airing live tonight on the 2 Fox following the World Series Game 4. Martin's sitting down with the Cardinal president of baseball operations and apparently general manager also.
He is the general manager because Mike Gersh has new responsibilities. And the new guy they hired, Cifolio, who came from Cleveland, seems like a sharp young guy, followed me on Twitter.
That was big.
I got to be careful.
Yeah.
I just started tweeting a bunch of stuff about Yale. Who do they play this weekend? Let's have a Yale segment. Go Yale. And he's the assistant general manager. And I did off camera say to Mo, well, then who's the general manager? And he said, I am. And I said, okay. Well, like Doug Armstrong's title is GM, president of hockey operations.
Right. It's tended to in the title.
Yes.
This has been a little bit of kabuki theater. Gersh has the special projects now.
Well, the
Bloom is in hiding.
Well, when he left the press conference, Chaim Bloom, in the TV world, you put the person's name up, and I said to Brian Bartow, the PR, I said, what's his title? Like, they announced that he is going to be doing all this great work, and he is going to be in the Mozeliak position a year from now. But I said, what is his title? And everybody kind of said, consultant, no, advisor. When we put Chaim, I guess we'll never put it up because he'll never be interviewed. But he's the Cardinals advisor.
Cardinals advisor is the title. Well, the president of baseball operations sat down on the 2 Fox Morning.
I asked him, what did your grandma think?
And then you're going to hear the response in addition to on the new game plan for the Cardinals and how he expects fans to react. I can't wait to hear this. We're going to have that for you on the other side of our bottom of the hour commercial break. You are listening to TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Krupin. This is our 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, is my insurance agent, and I would love for him to become your insurance agent as well. I'm sure most people go, all insurance agents, kind of the same, not a big deal. Don't really care. I don't want the inconvenience of having to make the switch. All right, I understand all of those points. Now, let me present some counterpoints to that. Number one, I was thinking exactly like you were about 5 years ago, and I remember having a conversation with someone, and they said, hey, you got to do two things. Make sure you have a great financial advisor, an active financial advisor, and make sure you have a great insurance agent. Now you have a responsibility with having children. You got to make sure your family is taken care of. And that woke me up. And I made the switch to James Carlton, and I'm very grateful I did. But I also didn't want to deal with a bunch of paperwork. Well, guess what? James's office does all the paperwork for you, so now you don't have to worry about that, and you're working with the best. Look at the 394 five-star reviews he has on Google Reviews. It's James Carlton, online at carltoninsurance.net. He's in Webster Groves. His number is 314-961-4800, carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Orlando Magic defeat the Indiana Pacers last night, 119-115. Paolo Banchero, just a light 50 points in 40 minutes last evening for the third-year player out of Duke. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After. Timothy Michael McKernan, Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, Martin, Joseph Kilcoyne, Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, updating you on the Orlando Magic.
Paolo Banchero, 50 points.
I would say that was somewhat worthy.
Yes.
I'm going to say.
Wow, don't give in.
Well, I mean, I think a random NBA reference, he's doing it. He's just trolling. But that one had a little news value.
50 points, Martin.
I'm agree. Don't argue with it. I'm on your side. What did your grandma think?
Tonight here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. John Kelly.
I'm going to start including that in every interview.
Isn't it the best? What did your grandma think? I don't know. I haven't talked to her yet. And then
and then Hayward's like, I'm out of here. That was the beginning of the end.
Yeah. Going to Chicago for less money. Blues and Senators tonight here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Second half of the Canadian/East Coast road trip tonight in Ottawa. Philadelphia on Thursday, and then back at home to take on Craig Berube for his glorious return and the Maple Leafs. So that is your Blues Outlook. John Kelly with us. If you missed anything, podcast via the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. Both are available to download. Both presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour here on the program. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text line, call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines. We're taking live calls.
Oh, no.
I like it. 314-974. That was caller Adam. He's a legend.
Rough.
314-974-0101. And coming up in an hour, we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com is how you can compete right now. Tied for the lead for the month of October, Buck Swope and JV golf coach, 6 wins apiece. Goes to Gangster Pete's hat, has 5 wins. And
4 wins.
Oh, wow. Martin, it's 4 wins.
Oh.
Buck Swope sent me an email.
Really? Does the man have a job? Does he have a regular job?
I
met with him. We did a sit-down.
He does a wonderful, he has a podcast called Swope's Picks, and it relives TMA history.
Yeah. No, he's great. It's just an odd profession? Question
I think you're going to see a lot of people start to cover this show.
No one covers it.
Martin, you are covering the Cardinals and talked it over with John Mozeliak for an interview that will air tonight on the 2 Fox following Game 4 of the World Series. We played a clip of it earlier in which you asked him about the possibility of the team being sold, which is a rumor going around St. Louis. He said, if that's going on, I think I would know about it, and he's got no indication that's the case. Got another clip from the interview here. Why don't you let us know what's going on with this?
This is more about the direction. I think even after that press conference where they laid out that they're going to fix the minor leagues, everybody sort of said, well, where does that leave the major leagues? What's the plan for next year? And I think they've called it a reset. And I believe, even though I suggested this to Jackson, I'm not entirely sure, but I believe this is about where they're headed.
Okay.
As we take a step back in the next couple of years in terms of like how we think about investing in our roster, it's not that we're not investing in the organization, though. We will be deploying resources down below. That's going to look like human capital. That's going to look like technology, innovation, and we're really going to push that so in the next couple of years, ultimately, the Cardinals can hit their stride and get back to where we once were, competing in October year in and year out.
Is that a nervous thing with the fans already, a little bit restless, that you're going to say, hey, we're not kind of going all in? I mean, it's a balance you guys have to walk here.
It's a balance, but
are you worried about fans supporting that mission, or?
I mean, I'm always worried in this job, but I would say I feel like the one thing you have to do is be honest. You have to be transparent in what you're doing. I think over the last few years, people have started to question that, and so I want our fan base to know that we're still excited about what we're going to see next year, but we're doing it differently. And there's no guarantees that we're going to be chasing that next shiny object out there.
I think it's a little like the Blues at the end of last year. They said, Tom Stillman came out and said, we're not going to be players in the free agent market. So they are saying that. But I do think, and he said he's clearly aware of the tone out there that people don't get their message and are confused. And he said, I think the last couple of years people have been confused. So want to get back to contending in October. But he did say a couple of years. So I think they really do feel like this is a reset of going younger, developing players. But I don't know that fans are going to be on board because they're just so mad that he's still here, that Ollie's still here, that nothing's changed. Even if it's a good model or even if it's a necessary move, I'm curious to see how it plays out with the fan base. Other than, hey, the Cubs are in town this weekend. Do you want to go? The kids want to go? Sure. But a Tuesday night in April or May, people are like, why bother?
Well, he said one of the things they want to do is get better with technology. I'd like to know how that's going to work. What technology is going to make better baseball players?
Well, that's where the game's headed. I mean, that's where the Dodgers apparently are good, the analytics. And it's, I think on that.
Well, analytics is not technology, is it?
Well, a lot of it is. I think the video, I mean, maybe at the minor leagues, it sounds like they're slightly ill-equipped compared to other teams. And I think that's, Chaim Bloom went around and kind of made notes and basically said, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, you got to fix that, based on his background. Primarily, I would think with Tampa Bay. So human capital, by the way, is a new Mo bingo card. I wrote that
Human capital.
Human capital. We had backfill. We had
arbitrage,
end of the day, arbitrage, low-hanging fruit. Oh, God. Human capital is now on the list. It's just not a real exciting message when you tell people, hey, they're getting new computers in Palm Beach. Oh, okay.
Yeah, is that really going to help? I don't know. It seems to me the problem wasn't that they didn't have guys performing at the minor leagues. It's that when they got here, they didn't perform.
Right. And that's my question is, if they're good down there, why doesn't it translate up here? So we get into a number of different topics. I think the problem now is even if, I asked Mo, what'd your grandma think? I mean, nobody wants to hear the answer, but I think they are trying to at least spell it out and say, hey, we're going to have basically they're going to be a lot younger and they're going to try and reset the minor leagues so that they have a pipeline going again. The pipeline sort of stopped. He did say, because I said, looking back, what happened? And it probably would have been a better clip. But I said, in 2011, 12, 13, 14, you're in the NLCS. What happened? And he said, if you look at our model, you always had one star player. Albert, for years, he said, and I know people don't want to hear it, but he said Tavares was going to be sort of the Albert heir apparent. He said, sadly, he passes. He said, then we started chasing players. So he said, we chased Ozuna, cost us a bunch of pitching. He said we kept chasing players to plug gaps.
Now, I understand that. I think we're leaving out a couple of things, and you might not be aware of this. The audience might not be aware of this. They were starting to wonder at the trade deadline in 2014 what they had with Tavares. Did you ever heard that?
I had not heard that.
Yeah, said that is
from a skill set, or
I think from a skill set. I can see where you're going with. Did he have some issues off the field, which obviously led to the accident?
Sadly, yeah.
Yes. So there was that. Then in between that is because I think that's an easy thing to point to and then get sympathy from. And I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but
I kind of cringe when I hear it because I'm like, it was a long time ago, but he believes it. I think that was kind of the next bat.
Well, I don't know if he believes it so much as he's trying to sell it, and there's a difference. Secondarily, what they were really trying to do when they were signing Dexter Fowler, which was a mistake that happened before Ozuna, was get Adam Eaton. And Adam Eaton was who they wanted to acquire, and then there was this huge trade of prospects between the White Sox and the Nationals. Now you can go, well, it's a good thing they didn't get Eaton, but when they couldn't get Eaton, that's when they pivoted to Dexter Fowler, kind of as a panic move, which is what I think happened with Wilson Contreras. They wanted Sean Murphy, and you can litigate what move would have been better, but none of them really have turned into anything that you're really thrilled with. And I'm talking about Eaton, Fowler, Contreras, and Murphy, which then goes back into their ability to identify talent, much less the bigger issue, which is developing it when it's in-house.
But I think he would say, and I do think he believes it. I know what you're saying. It sounds good now. I think they felt like Tavares, and maybe he's lying because if they wanted to trade him, and I don't know that,
I want to make it clear. I'm not saying they wanted to. They were considering it. Yes.
Okay. I don't know that. But if he was going to be your next big thing, and then you lose that, then you are kind of chasing. Okay, that piece is gone. somebody's got to be that guy moving forward, and then you end up. I think Hayward came next.
Yes, Hayward was after that.
And then eventually it became
Hayward for Sheldon Miller,
and Fowler, and all these. And so he started throwing talent away. And he has said on occasion, I think even yesterday we were just talking off air, he said, for sure, the trade that I regret is the Ozuna trade, because I've said that on air and interviews. He said, for sure.
But in fairness on that one, you know that they really wanted Yelich.
Right.
But initially they were getting Stanton. Stanton didn't want to come here.
They tried hard on Stanton, right? Remember they flew to L.A., Big Bill and Mo, and tried to sell him on
the history.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Hill. I mean, we got Forest Park. I mean, come on.
Thank you.
Who could turn that down?
So, and then the Marlins manager, my understanding at the time, said, we're not moving Yelich. He's not available. He was taken off the table by the Marlins. That was the Cardinals' first choice. And then right after, they trade him in the division to the Brewers. So they targeted Yelich. They got Ozuna. But I do think there's something to that. It doesn't excuse all the problems you have. But they were always chasing talent, whether it was Goldschmidt. That was a great trade. Even though Luke Weaver now has resurfaced as the Yankees closer.
He's the next Engine 42.
In the Arenado trade was a great trade. But you were always constantly chasing players.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's an excuse. It probably is a factor into all the different things that have gone wrong. But I don't know what next year's going to look like. I think that's a very reasonable question, and they know it. Like, what are the stands going to look like? What are you selling?
See, I love it. I love that they're doing it, and I think had they, which is kind of what you were speaking to, Martin, parted ways with Mozeliak, or just said, hey, I'm stepping back, I'm still going to be here, but Bloom is the guy now, I think that would have earned even more equity with the fan base, because I think the model that they're now using is the right model, and I wish they would have started turning the page at the trade deadline of 2023. They decided to hold on to Goldschmidt and Arenado. But in fairness, I don't know if they said we're not going anywhere because they have the no trade clause. I just think it's the person delivering the message that many in the St. Louis area don't like and don't trust, and therefore the model gets a lot of distrust, even though I think the model now is the right one.
If Chaim Bloom says the exact same thing, people are like, oh, okay, this sounds good.
Exactly.
I mean, for sure. I think there's something to that. They don't want to go that direction. I think it does hurt them in terms of the message. But now, if you trot out Walker as your first baseman, Gorman as your third baseman, we'd all say, oh, it's about time. Who's to say they're going to hit? That's the next problem is, what do you have? If you do say we want to kind of use our own guys instead of going out and chasing it, who's to say they're going to perform? That's a huge, huge question.
Yeah. And going out and chasing it has oftentimes paid more dividends than the guys that they're bringing up. Gorman was supposed to be a big star. Walker, too. I'm still very young for Walker. But I'd say they hit the jackpot with Goldschmidt. I mean,
it's a great trade.
MVP season for him. Arenado's been one of their best players, even though clearly he wasn't as good this year as he's been in the past. But those trades they made, those were dynamite deals.
Well, historically, their best players for the last 20-plus years have been trades, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from McGuire and Edmonds and Rowland and Renteria. I mean, you go down the
free
list.
agent signings have been stunning.
Mike Leake was maybe the worst.
I'm gonna enter Brett Cecil into the conversation.
Yeah. $30 million, I believe.
Yeah.
Love to play video games.
Yeah. And
then the hair was too long for my liking, Tim.
Well, then he cut it, and then that was the new look. That was going to change everything, right?
I just don't know how much he really enjoyed playing the game.
Yeah, that seemed to be a thing. The guy who was traded here, he was only here briefly. It was the Yankees pitcher. This is when the Cardinals were still sort of trying at the deadline, maybe 17. He came from the Yankees, and maybe a lefty.
I know who you're talking about. Chasen Shreve?
Yes, Chasen. I was going to say somewhat of a strange name. Chasen Shreve, the day he got here, he was traded from the Yankees, and the Cardinals were maybe in third place, and we're like, "Hey, what have you heard about St. Louis?" Yeah, it's it's great history. You could tell the man was so depressed. He had just gone from the Yankees to the Cardinals at a time when maybe the Cardinals weren't all that exciting. Question mark. But we did ask him, "What does your grandma think?"
Yeah, and that's the key anytime you're having a conversation.
I think it's a fascinating year for a Cardinal team. Their mistakes the last couple of years, maybe it's just been the patchwork. Oh, let's grab Lance Lynn. Let's grab Kyle Gibson. It's kind of even Sonny Gray. Well, maybe don't need to do that. Randy Carricker made that point.
Couldn't agree more. I loved it when Randy said that, which is, hey, Sonny Gray doesn't make a 90-win team.
Well, what's the point of spending all that money if it doesn't change your team
for
dramatically?
Optics, and you already knew something that now is front page headlines, but is, hey, you got a television situation, so you got a revenue situation, and you're going to allocate these dollars to this guy and backload the deal. So maybe they knew what they might do following 2024, and that is try to trade him away because they weren't paying him much in 2024. All right, it is 9:50 in St. Louis. We are obligated to take a break, but good news, the clock's going to be changing, Martin.
Okay.
Doug, the clock's going to be changing.
Good.
Well, Dan Caesar right about the clocks, I wonder.
You think that'll get to a lot of people are covering this show now.
Well, there's a press conference after.
Is it really?
To go over all this.
So we will have our final break while Martin's here.
Nuts
and
yelling at reporters.
And Doug and I will be along with Jackson for the 10 o'clock hour that is coming up here. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. $100 West Dental is offering our listeners an incredible deal. This is perfect for those of you who have not had a real desire to go to the dentist, and who really does have a desire to go to the dentist and going, you know what, I need to get to the dentist. No problem. Here's what you got. Huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. That's right, $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, 100 West Dental has a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. No phone call is needed to go in and see Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental. Just check the calendar online at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. It's 100 West Dental online at 100westdental.com. Mention my name and get $1,000 off Invisalign with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental. Welcome back to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. We're on 101 ESPN, and we're taking live phone calls on 101 ESPN.
We beg for them, and then we don't take them.
That's exactly right.
What a game plan that is.
And beg for text as well. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And then the Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 and TMA STL apps, where you can go back and podcast the program and live stream. It's all there for you. We welcome to the program Lisa on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Lisa.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Lisa.
So I have a question that has never been asked. I interact with some of you on Twitter. I think the thing with Mozeliak, and Martin, I definitely will watch. Why did Mozeliak, after Tony was gone, say, screw experience in the dugout? And I'm sorry, there was a decision made at your station last week that a leader had to take whatever he thought was best for your station. But now we only have inexperienced manager trainees. How is it that the St. Louis Cardinals don't deserve the best in leadership? And I am a person that believes leaders set culture, hard nine, pitching defense. And I have zero faith in Ali Marmol, not because he's a bad guy. I just don't think he's ever won. Who the hell on that team's won?
Watch your language.
And, sorry.
That's what you get upset about on this show? Mm-hmm. That's what triggers Doug? No,
I just don't understand why Mo gets a free pass. He's hired 3 managers in a row that aren't effective. And when one pushed back, he got fired. So who in their mind thinks that no experience on a major league team doesn't matter? Is it seriously because he doesn't want any pushback? He didn't want pushback. That's what I've always been told.
I think it's a fair question, because there's the puppet theory that if you hire somebody that owes you for their job, then they're not going to question anything you do. I would argue, though, Matheny had some success. I mean, they were good in 12, 13, 14,
so
15.
Schild
had some success. Marmol did win a division. I was disappointed.
Yeah, he did. Excuse me, but let's get real. Matheny won on the hindtails of Tony. And, yes, Ollie won the first year, the same reason Goldschmidt got MVP, because Albert took all the pressure. Some athletes can handle it and some can't. But why wouldn't he hire somebody with experience? Why doesn't anyone ever ask him that? Like, why?
Martin, why don't you ask that?
I feel like it has been asked.
But anyway,
all right.
I would love for somebody just to ask him, Mo, are you that insecure that you can't have a Tony-like on your team that demands Rasmus to be gone? Nobody has faith in Ali. I don't understand how he's employed here. So anyway, guys, I'm learning to listen to your show, and I just appreciate you taking my call, because I cannot believe Mozeliak has a job after he's destroyed this team. So
thank you, Lisa. Thanks for being a loyal listener.
Yeah,
Lisa's been listening to a balloon party, and Jackson calls her a gem.
She's a gem.
She's a gem. She lifts Jackson spirits. Yeah, that's the thing about Marmol is I don't blame him for what has taken place, but I, for the life of me, can't understand the contract extension last March.
And the timing of it. If you wanted to give him an extension, you would have done it at the end of the year. You would have doubled down. Hey, we had a bad year, but this is the right guy. It almost felt like an accident. Or you could have done it at the winter warm-up. Hey, everybody's in town. It's January. We haven't got to spring training yet. The timing felt like, whoops, we forgot. Strange. So hiring Matheny at the time, I was disappointed they didn't hire Terry Francona, and I felt like they didn't even give him a real interview. I think it was
Sandberg. Remember they interviewed Sandberg,
yeah, but it felt like all along they kind of wanted to handpick their own guy. I think that's popular in baseball. It's rare you get a Bruce Bochy who's an established guy who is going to tell the GM how it's done. I know that there's something to that for sure. I think it's a little bit of a power game. Schilt's exit, I think, until he's sitting here under these hot microphones and the sun beating down on him from Olive Boulevard, I don't think we'll know the full answer there. But so some of the managers that came in did have success. It is sort of the way the game has gone. I'm sure Mo's been asked about it, but I think the question, I don't know that the answers are always satisfying either, even if you ask the right question. Ollie stands out more, I think, than anyone. I agree in 22 that Albert really masked everything. He saved that season. They sort of got in the playoffs on the back of Albert Pujols, and they really weren't equipped to make any real deep run.
I have to say, in fairness, on 2022, which goes against really the last decade of trade deadlines for this organization, to their credit, they went out and acquired Jordan Montgomery, who was not the guy he was this past year with the Diamondbacks, and went out and got Jose Quintana.
Yeah.
And that was really off-brand. So to their credit, they went after it. I loved those moves. I was really surprised by those moves. I was prepared to be let down. And so it was the combination of Pujols' sudden surge after the All-Star break and those pitchers that got them into a position that they won the division.
I think they feel Ollie's a bright young manager who blends the analytics with being a good bench coach. I just think when you have a younger coach or manager, you sort of have to go through the growing pains with them. If you hire a first-time coach, I think Mizzou's going through it with Drinkwitz. I think he's learning to be a head coach a little bit at your expense. I don't like that as a fan, but I think that's obvious that that's part of it.
The game management part is what you're making reference to.
That just hasn't been around, doesn't quite know exactly what to do in certain moments of the game, and it's frustrating as a fan. I think you see that at times with Ale Marmol. I think the Matheny hire was clearly a Cardinal kind of hire. He's our guy. I think he and Mozeliak had a good relationship. It wasn't all on the heels of La Russa. I mean, Albert left. Mike Matheny enters the building, and Albert leaves. That's a pretty big piece that's missing. So I wouldn't discount a little bit of the Matheny success that he did have.
Corey Patterson did not come back after 2011.
No, gone.
Changed everything. Did Adrian Chambers come back?
No. With Ali, the perception is because he's new, he's not really much in charge. I think that's the perception. In that if he were, he would have been held accountable for the last two horrible seasons that they've just had.
Don't you think that's the game right now? That largely is the game where the managers are largely inexperienced?
There's a few out there. You mentioned Bochy, and there's a couple of old Showalter and some of the guys who've been around a long time. I think they probably still call their shots. But most of them, I think, do get the phone calls from upstairs saying, here's what the analytics say, and this is what we're going to do.
They say Dave Roberts gets handed the lineup. That's what I've heard. I don't know how accurate that is, but the Dodgers are so driven by, even with all the money and big-name players, and he said something in one of the press conferences, well, I'll go upstairs and talk about that later, like about a pitching decision. Mm-hmm. And like, that's just the game right now. I don't like it.
That's how you get Edmund batting fourth one night and ninth the last. They're playing fantasy baseball upstairs.
Bring back the skipper. That's
what
I
say.
The
skipper, you'd love to do.
He would do it, wouldn't he?
He would.
Yes. Tell Mo to take a hike.
I wonder what Whitey Herzog would have said about that.
All right, Martin, we know you have things at 10 o'clock. Doug's looking to find a way to get some things as well at 10 o'clock, I think.
Look at that dossier. It's just scribbled ink everywhere.
Look at this.
Even back when we were doing the morning grind.
I want to talk about the white squirrel tomorrow.
Yeah, Jackson, we'll talk about the white squirrel. Martin's got to go to do his things. Hour number 4 of TMA coming up. Jackson has his little piddles. What is Tuesday called?
Questions aplenty.
Oh, please.
Doug's really going to look for things for that.
Yeah. Questions aplenty.
Yeah, what an ad lib. That'll also include the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? It's a holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. Discover the path to lasting recovery and renewal at Illinois Recovery Center, where compassionate support meets personalized care for your unique journey. The IRC builds the unwavering determination to thrive beyond the shadows of the past. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. That's IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. It's the morning after. 10 o'clock hours brought to you by Mung & S, St. Louis Acura, Mung & S, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin has things at 10 o'clock, Doug.
What things? What's going on at 10 in sports? What kind of things?
I think he's going to the Blues skate in Ottawa.
Okay.
Puck drops 5 p.m. Pregame show's 5 p.m. Puck drops 6 p.m.
Are we going to have to go to morning skates now that we do this show?
Jackson has already been going to the morning skates.
Yeah. Well, I just like to see what the guys are doing.
Yeah. See which goalie is the first one off the ice.
Yeah, he likes that and the defensive pairings, and he tweets it out.
Yeah, defensive. That's what I most. And I look for who comes on the ice first because that's going to be the starting netminder.
No, it's who leaves the ice first.
That's the starting netminder?
Yeah.
I thought it was the first to hit the ice.
No, it's the first one off.
Well, I hope it's Benner tonight. I hope it's Benner tonight.
So he can get another 30 seconds of rest.
I respect it.
You're welcome to text in to the program, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Surfaces sponsor the text inbox. Callier and Thompson's a sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. Schaefer Door Company sponsor the 101 ESPN app. And we are looking forward to reading your texts here. Let's see. Buzz wants to know if Lisa, the caller from the previous hour, is single.
Oh, gee, Merry Christmas.
Says, I like to be dominated and treated like a toilet. So
what? Who said that?
That's caller Buzz. He won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month, and that was June 2023. Is that right?
It's not too late to take it away from him.
You think it can be retroactive?
Yes, absolutely.
Are the drops tougher for you to access in the 101 studio?
Not tougher to access. It's just a weird position. It's over here.
So then what that would mean by definition, it's tougher to access.
I thought you meant like access computer software-wise. No. But physically, yes.
Can I put in a request for more drops?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, nice.
And you still have the sun barreling through that window right on your eyeball.
Doug asked during the commercial break. Chairman Kurt came in here, and everybody's concerned about you, Jackson, because they see you and they think you might
squinting.
It might be like Raiders of the Lost Ark at the end here, based on the way this heat is approaching you.
There are some sunglasses over here. Would you like a pair of sunglasses?
No, I'm not wearing that.
Those are Jackie O sunglasses.
I look like Larry David's dad.
Yeah.
Bradford's beard, it doesn't do it for me.
There's producer Joe and Sam Bradford. Oh, Doug looks great in those.
You actually look like you might know. Like, those would be like fit your whole aesthetic.
Yeah. If I were you, I'd put them on. You don't need that sun in your eyes.
So they wanted to switch the drapes, the blinds. I don't know what we have here. And Jackson said, no, I'm good with it.
Well, yeah, I'll just deal with it.
So if you're watching on YouTube, I haven't even looked at it. Now I just saw it. Holy crap!
Yeah, I know. I look like an experiment.
You look like the end of Ghost with Patrick Swayze saying goodbye to Demi Moore.
Good. Yeah, I have to kind of deal with it at the moment.
You don't have to deal with it. I can walk right over there, and with one swipe of the wrist, you won't have to deal with it anymore.
Looking at Tim is like I have to literally like block out the sun.
I'm going to deal with it.
There goes Doug Vaughn. Here comes Vaughn. He's going to score. Here comes Burkett. He's going to score. And the drapes have been closed.
How do you feel about your feet?
Well, I just had some work done on my arthritis
Jackson was playing a Sega drop with Jennings Randolph Jr. While you were tending to the blinds.
Thank you, Doug. I very much appreciate you.
Okay.
But not only for that, but for everything you do.
Bill Reloaded is in the YouTube chat. Is this the TMA one or the 101?
TMA.
Bill Reloaded says, Jackson, you are fading away.
I am, literally. I was going to disintegrate. That was bad. Yeah, I just looked at it for like the first time in a while, and I was in the heat of the sun.
Well, it took all of 20 seconds to take care of it.
Yeah,
isn't life better now?
I mean, it is, but it's kind of funny if like the sun's in my eyes while I'm trying to do the show. Like there's something funny about that. It's, I'm all about the giggles.
Oh gosh.
Play the Martin drop. Never mind. That's from Harrison's Brother Master. I don't know what that means. You're sideways with Harrison's Brother Master. That
he sucks.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
I didn't know what Martin dropped. I don't know what he's talking about, but I do have. What do I have?
Quite a little delivery.
What kind of drops you got?
We're talking rigatoni marinara.
Okay, that's a good one.
You don't have the balls to answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
We did.
I don't even know what that means.
That was Rich.
Yeah, Rich.
It was
Maryland
caller
Heights.
Rich from Maryland Heights. Legend.
Jackson was in the picture in Back to the Future. That's from Cucky the Dwarf. Yeah, how the picture was starting to fade away.
Yeah.
Until Michael J. Fox
invented rock and roll music.
That's correct. He invented rock and roll music with Earth Angel.
It's your cousin, Marvin Berry.
Look at dude, a little acting here. What a treat.
You know
What a
that new
treat.
sound you're looking for? And then, of course, basically is saying Michael J. Fox, not Chuck Berry, St. Louis.
Sounds like you're a little upset about the way that was represented in Steven Spielberg's Back to the Future.
Back to the Future is Robert Zemeckis.
Robert Zemeckis, Doug.
And it is one of the most ridiculous premises to a movie of all time.
God.
I love Back to the Future.
We're 7 hours into TMA on 101, and the hottest take. Doug, you might want to grab the mittens.
Okay, I'll put the mittens on in case I
Is
get burned.
Jackson on Back to the Future.
I love Back to the Future. But it is like, if in the room when they pitched it, it's like this 17-year-old high schooler, 18-year-old high schooler's best friend, of course, a 65-year-old scientist, sends him back to the future so he can avoid sleeping with his mother. Like, it's a pretty ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah.
And then, of course, how Biff,
a hot take, though.
his whole plan to get his dad to step up involves some assault.
Settle down now.
The 80s were wild.
Why does Piddles hate Wentzville? That's from the 573.
I don't hate Wentzville.
Okay, I'm just reading what's
I don't go there that often. Doesn't mean I hate it.
Why don't you go to the Wentzville territories?
What's up there? What's out there that I need?
New housing?
I'm pretty comfortable where I am.
Okay.
Huntley's nice.
He's in that
word. Right.
Oh, here's something from Wentzville. It's pretty obvious Martin leaves to go cruising in Creve Coeur Park. That's Dan in Wentzville. That's what he does. He
Shoe
leaves,
tapping?
It's
and
close.
he starts driving around Creve Coeur Park.
He hasn't denied that. And it's very close and convenient.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Mug and Ass is the sponsor of our 10 o'clock hour, and both Doug and I are huge fans of Mug and Ass St. Louis Acura, Mug and Ass Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, and that Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Mug and Ass. If you're looking to buy or lease a car, or if you need to get your car serviced, Ryan Seiberg, they're just delights.
That's one of the best things. When you have a car guy, it is such a relief to know that when you need service or maintenance, and sooner or later, or you need it with every car you've got, you can go someplace and you trust the people there, and they're going to know you, remember you, and do it right. And there's even a number to call, and you go straight to the muckety mucks to get any kind of problem taken care of. I'll give the number now. 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down.
Yeah, write it down.
Because you're not going to remember it. 314-252-0029 gets you right straight to the muckety mucks. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Mungenast, Ryan Seiberg there in the service department. That's maybe the best thing about Mungenast. There's a lot to like, and that's right there at the top, because everybody's going to need service on your car. Doesn't matter if you bought your car at Mungenast, St. Louis Acura, or Alton Toyota. You can take it to either place, and they will get you taken care of.
Yeah, go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com and work with our 10 o'clock hour sponsor, the great Jamie Burkhardt, the great Peter Mungenast, and Ryan Seiberg in the service department. It's Mungenast, St. Louis Acura, Mungenast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Mr. Licks chiming into the program. For those of you new to TMA's texters, that's spelled L-I-X. And he says, there's nothing worth going to Wentzville for. Question I have that is unanswered is, why is Martin doing local TV? That's from Mr. Licks. Maybe Martin can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines and answer Mr. Licks's questions.
We wouldn't have had that wonderful audio clip of John Mozeliak without that.
How about that?
Why wouldn't he do local TV? Is he suggesting he should do national TV?
Yeah, Mr. Licks. I don't know. Maybe
no
Mr.
TV
Licks
at all?
should call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. All right, Jackson, what we got? We got Little Piddles Asks Questions. Is that the title of the segment?
Questions aplenty.
Doug likes that.
I don't care for that.
We'll have that coming up on the program. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chairman Kurt will be doing some filtering for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The standings: Buck Swope and JV golf coach tied at 6 wins apiece for the month of October. 3 more emails of the day brought to you by Design Air coming up this month in October. And the ghost of Gangster Pete's hat is still alive. He is 2 back with 4 wins. That's coming your way at 10:45. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Krupin on 101 ESPN. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up in about 25, 30 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, what questions do you have for me and Doug? We'll answer them.
Sure.
Doug's taking questions. He always takes questions
I don't like
in
them.
the 10 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Do you think, by and large, that cold weather cities are harder / more invested into their sports teams? If so, why is that?
Wow.
That could be, sure, because they're probably less likely to be transient cities.
That's the answer. Now you just took my answer, but that's the answer. You're right.
Yeah, a lot of people from Miami aren't from Miami, Tampa,
even Atlanta,
LA,
and Dallas, and
San Diego.
Phoenix.
Yeah,
and LA, obviously.
So there, a lot of their teams are, in Miami, their team is the Yankees, and in Tampa, a lot of their teams are the Cubs or the Cardinals, and
Tampa's got a lot of Yankees fans too. Spring training,
right?
Deal.
Yeah, but if you get into the Clevelands and the Pittsburghs and the Buffaloes and the New Yorks, and those teams have always been there. The people have grown up with them, and it's not maybe New York is more transient than the others, of course, but St. Louis would fit in that as well. These are our teams, and so what else we got?
And they've been passed on from generation to generation, and therefore the passion is instilled at a younger age. I think that is 100% the correct answer. I'd love to argue. I'd love to play Meet the Press with you.
Okay.
But I can't. I mean, I think that's the exact answer. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because I don't know what was about, something triggered that in my mind. I was like, man, something about cold weather states. Like, I feel like when you think of the most invested in, to say it kindly, sports fan bases, you think Philly, New York, Chicago, and like all these are cold weather states. Like the only one I can think is maybe Cowboys fans in Dallas, but Dallas Cowboys fans spread all across the country, all across the world. So it's tough to even localize that. But I don't know, something about that triggered in my mind yesterday, and I know Doug loves Philly sports fans, and anytime
I don't care for them. I don't.
Oh, look, it's Arbor Day, who was the Milagro Tequila Texter of the year in 2023, and says, new number, who dis? That's from Arbor Day. Yeah, Arbor Day. He is in there, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line here on 101 ESPN. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Hunchback of Von Castle has a question for Jackson, turning the tables here on this. What is the name of this segment again?
This segment is Questions Aplenty with Little Pippins.
Okay.
Jackson, would you rather go to the Blues game Saturday night, Craig Berube's return against the Leafs, historic Original Six franchise, or stay at home and play video games?
Careful now.
You're under oath. I guess I have to remind you, you're under oath.
And those are my only two options.
Yes.
That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle.
I'd rather go to the Blues game.
Okay.
Truly. That's not, I'm not BSing.
You're pandering.
No, I'm not.
I kind of feel like it is pandering.
Weeknights is when I play, an hour or two of video games. I don't necessarily need, and even if it's Saturday and I went to the game and enjoyed the game, I theoretically could do whatever I want afterwards.
So you're planning on going to the game and then coming home to play video games?
Can't wait till it's over so you can go do something else.
No, I didn't. Well, see, now I feel like I've been pinched in a box here. I just said that I would rather go to the Blues game. What I do afterwards is my own damn business.
No.
Piddles is a bad panderer. That's from the 573.
So there was no answer I could have given there. Because if I say video games, like nerd, loser, virgin.
Enthusiastic yes to the hockey game.
And I say hockey, and they're like, no, don't believe you. Pandering, just so you can leave. Like, where was I supposed to answer there?
The texters are now mad at Mr. Licks, even though he hasn't even called in yet. Pick your poison. Work in AM radio, work in local TV, or pretend to be a wealthy trust fund kid to impress AM radio and local TV hosts. That's from the Vice President of TMA Special Projects, Mario in Charlotte. Mario live streaming via the Schaefer Door Company app. And he is going after what I believe is Mr. Licks, I think.
That's a good question, isn't it?
It wasn't bad. Wouldn't all of us want to be a wealthy trust fund baby? Is there anyone who would say no thanks to that?
People like to pull them up bootstraps, create their own lane.
But you could do both.
Yeah, I'd much rather just have it, just pocket it when I turn, 32 or something.
Is that when you get your trust fund?
It depends on how you set it up.
That's private.
Tim Jackson's gun shy on the drops. Tell him to pick it up. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
No, it's a stupid question.
Okay.
You 10%ers aren't ready for my takes just yet. That's from Mr. Licks. So that's why he only talks to the 1%. Jackson, what's your next questions on Questions Aplenty?
You bet. How quickly can fan bases turn on players, and how do you think it happens? Can you think of any local examples of this?
University of Missouri. Yeah. Brady Cook has had quite a roller coaster of emotions to and fro. You like that, to and fro?
I don't mind it.
The Missouri fan base and his relationship. And my guess is the last time we see him on Furrow Field has already taken place, and it was against Wardam 2 Saturdays ago. That's what I think, anyway. And if so, what a way to go out. I feel like college football coaches, Eli Drinkwitz, I guess, could be an example, but I think this is across the board, perhaps have the most volatile relationships with fan bases. Locally, whose relationship was at a high and then became a low, or whose was at a low and then became a high, Doug?
Well, I guess Goldschmidt and Arenado kind of mildly that's the case. I don't think
people dislike them individually,
or
but their
booing.
performance.
You know, nobody really comes to mind right away. To me, am I missing something?
Kyrou? I think Kyrou's gotten a little of that.
I think Kyrou's under the microscope, and I think deep down there's a real hope that what people have seen as flashes of the promise carries over to consistent team, all the time play.
Well, we talked about Mike Keenan in the earlier segment. He was one where people were kind of happy when he was here, and then by the time that, he'd run roughshod over the franchise, people couldn't wait to get him out.
Yeah. Matt Carpenter's a good play. Somebody texted that in. 314 texted that in.
That felt a little like it wasn't Carpenter's fault that the Cardinals offered them all that money. Like, were you supposed to not sign it? But when I think Kyrou, I think like that day after Berube is fired and the interview where he's a little teary-eyed, like that's where I felt like if there was a moment where they really turned on him, it was that. But what do I know about it?
Mike Matheny's a good example. A few people have texted that in. Matheny was beloved as a player, and man, it was not the same when he was the manager.
Kurt Warner was loved as much as any athlete in this town.
Amen.
Until he got hurt, and the franchise shifted him off to New York.
But the time in between when he actually was traded to the Giants to be the mentor for Eli Manning and when Mark Bulger took over is one of the strangest times in St. Louis sports radio history, for real. I'm telling you, I've been doing this since 2002. And that time, because it wasn't necessarily based on what was going on the field, it was based in part on religion. And it was a really strange thing to watch play out because I don't believe that had anything to do with what Mike Martz was doing, but that was how people took their sides. And it's not like Kurt Warner was a bad guy and Mark Bulger was a good guy, or vice versa. I mean, Bulger's certainly a quiet guy, but a really good guy. And Warner is one of the finest human beings I've ever met, much less finest athletes I've ever covered. But that was a unique time. And I think you had people maybe cheering against Bulger because they liked Warner, or cheering against Warner because they liked Bulger. And that was a weird spot. And it kind of what's taken place in Indianapolis, which goes back to Brian Henshin and the incredible coverage he's providing for the Indianapolis Colts. Anthony Richardson tapping out a couple days ago against the Texans, which has just been absolutely lit on fire on national media. I mean, that is a Take Smith's paradise right now. Kurt Warner, if you remember this, I think they might have been playing the Bears. Bulger was struggling, and Martz said, "Hey, we're gonna put you in there," and he declined it. And his reasoning was he didn't want to shake the confidence of Mark Bulger. Mm-hmm. People were like, "What kind of guy is this?" And I was kind of like, and I still think so now. I have to tell you, I'm kind of like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And I mean, what an honorable thing to do. And I don't know, Anthony Richardson hasn't commented since that post game, but if he's like, yeah, I was gassed and it wasn't good for the team for me to be in there, that's why I took myself out, not because I'm in bad shape. He's like a 23-year-old man who had just run all over the damn place. Then I would kind of understand it. But I think I have a default click position to go against the grain on social media, and maybe my take should be Anthony Richardson as a starting quarterback should never take himself out of the game. But back when Warner did that, people were like, well, what kind of competitor are you that you don't want the job?
Right.
And I thought it indicated what kind of guy he is, and that he didn't want to see Bulger lose his job like he felt he lost his job.
Yeah.
That's what I think was going on.
Looking back, it's kind of hard to believe how quickly they moved away from Warner for as great as he was when he was here. I know he got hurt, and so they had to have Bulger play there for a while. And Warner even had some more fantastic years after he left here.
Yes, he did. Oh, my goodness.
Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah. I mean, hell yeah, he did.
You look back and go, how in the world did they give up on that guy so quickly? And Bulger had a couple of Pro Bowl seasons himself.
Yes, Bob. Yes, I wanted to talk about Tom Brady. And I also wanted to talk about Phillip Rivers.
Well, go ahead.
I also wanted to talk about Carson Wentz and Drew Brees, Andrew Luck.
All right, get rid of him. Come on.
That's enough. It's enough. Get rid of him.
Do you feel like we're opening up that Pandora's box by taking live calls on 101?
Well, that's okay. We'll deal with it.
We got caller Adam's delicious take on lubricants.
That
was a great thing.
It was delicious.
It was a bad call.
314-974-0101. Save that in your phone. It's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Air Comfort Service text line. Longtime TMA listeners used to HD2 and AM radio. Save this number in your phone. It's the Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And you can participate in a chat during the program. You got 2 different channels to do it. Find which channel works better for you. Okay. Are you a 101 ESPN YouTube channel person? And if so, come on in. The water is warm.
Absolutely.
Are you a TMA STL? Right now, 251 people are watching in the TMA YouTube channel. And they're talking it over.
Okay.
Walrus King is in there talking it over about Gary Templeton and the delectable Danny Pintaro, who played the role of that cute little Jonathan on Who's the Boss. They're in there talking it over, and that's great to see. What do we got going on the 101 ESPN chat?
Oh, people are just in there mixing it up.
You like that, Doug? That was the most vapid answer you could ever get.
Gary Templeton is a good answer to guys that were once loved here, and then the fans turned against him.
And that's because he flipped off the Ladies' Day crowd?
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. And everybody loved Whitey Herzog unconditionally. And when Whitey grabbed him and threw him in the dugout, Whitey became even a bigger icon than he was before.
Became a god. All right, let's see. Time check 10:32. Brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming up about 10:45. Jackson has his questions aplenty.
That's right.
Oh, the names.
Have you got more even?
He does.
Okay.
I have stuff.
He does. That's coming your way. You are listening to TMA. It's on 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Time to download the Underdog app. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Last night, I got to be honest with the audience, I went higher than 2.5 earned runs given up by Walker Buehler, and that means I lost, and I lost in fabulous fashion. It was sweat-free. The man nearly had a no-hitter going up until they got things going in the 4th inning. That's the way that it can work, though. If you would have gone lower, you would have been the big winner. That's what I was doing. It's Underdog, and you can download the app. This season, Underdog will be running a special, promo, or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost. Pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. You'll also get discounts and be getting adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W, plus free picks. Basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got Blues hockey right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN this evening as they take on the Ottawa Senators. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. You can hear all of the action right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Some music get you fired up?
Oh, not really. Is it supposed to?
Well,
was that the purpose of it?
Well, it's supposed to
Wake
get
me
you
up a little bit?
Maybe.
Okay.
I was woken up by the sun. So now that thank you to Doug for shading that off. That was nice.
It is TMA. The program's presented to you by Brown and Krupin, and we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. Doug, I was glancing, and I told Chairman Kurt, I said, hey, if you could, please filter. Loomster's in there, JV golf coach is in there, Buck Swope is in there, Adam from Lime is in there. He's a fan favorite.
Really?
Yeah, he's back. He must be an HD1 guy.
I guess.
And back, Misty Plops.
Oh, really? Wow.
Okay. Follow Misty Plops on Twitter.
Yeah.
Jackson's in the middle of his Little Piddles questions aplenty.
Oh, we're still on that.
But we got a message here.
Okay.
And it's in the Air Comfort Service text line. Tim, yesterday was a big day for the show. But there was a huge miss, and I'm sorry to say, but I lost some faith in you and really everyone. I don't believe I heard one mention of the 13th anniversary of the best Cardinal game ever. Did I miss it? Surely I would have caught the name Freeze at some point. Wow, 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 wow. The disappointment. Now, it is mainly because I went into labor shortly after the win and gave birth to our son a few hours later that I can mark the day. Yes, this is a female texter. We celebrated our firstborn becoming a teenager yesterday, and you said nothing. It's from the 314.
Well, that's on you, Tim.
That is on me, and I would like to apologize to somebody who is just currently known as the 314 female texter, which means that 13 years ago today, the Cardinals won the World Series. That's what that means.
Right.
That was a hell of a World Series.
Yeah.
Every game either had some drama or had some historical significance. And by that, I mean Game 3 when Pujols hit the 3-run home run. 3 home runs, minus Game 7.
Yeah, that was kind of
the one that wasn't really a sweat. Even though the Rangers did jump out to a lead, and then sure enough, it was David Freese again in the bottom of the first inning, getting things going.
Yeah.
I was waiting for a drop of the Freeze home run. Or the Freeze
this guy's
triple.
over there looking at Orlando Magic highlights while we're doing a show, and it's very
Back it up a bit.
Okay.
Don't really care.
Gosh.
We just got scolded by the president of baseball operations / general manager.
The Freeze game isn't yet a national holiday, but it almost is in St. Louis, I guess.
I still think
it, unofficial.
I still think people recognize that all across the country as one of, if not the best playoff baseball game they've ever seen.
That is true. That is not a localized thing. No. Like sometimes I'll hear the Colonel talk about a game. Maybe it was with the A's in the wild card game. And I know it means a lot to him. He's not saying it should be the greatest game ever. Colonel being Gabe DeArmond of Power Mizzou, Royals fan. And I'm like, I don't think too many people outside of Kansas City or Oakland know much about that. The David Freese game carries its weight, kind of like Game 7 of the 2001 World Series with Luis Gonzalez off Mariano Rivera. I think the 1991 World Series is one of the all-time greats. That was another one that had drama seemingly every game. And was that Jack Morris, like 10 innings? Morris Smoltz, maybe?
I think so.
That was an incredible World Series. 2016 World Series has national appeal. This World Series, I was hoping would have national appeal beyond the fact that there may be 8 Hall of Famers playing in it, but there is a chance that everything is going to be over in about 12 hours.
Yeah. Yankees haven't showed up yet.
They just haven't.
No.
Jackson's got it at 8%, though, that they're going to win.
I don't see why not. I believe in the Pinstripes, the Bronx Bombers.
But you're a New York guy through and through.
I was going to say, one of my quick hitters for my questions of plenty was, I think because I had the multi-view up on YouTube TV, we had Uniform Nirvana almost last night.
Doug, take a listen to this. It's called Uniform Nirvana.
Okay.
Yankees home uniforms. As good as it gets. Dodgers road, about as good as it gets for road uniforms in Major League Baseball for my money.
Cardinals had it before they went red helmet.
Indeed.
Red hats.
Love what the Steelers were doing last night with the all-black look. Same classic helmet, but the all-black.
Take the yellow pants.
If I had my druthers, I would rather have the yellow pants, but I liked the all-black look. Love the Giants road uniform. They have the wrong helmet, though, the lowercase NY thing. But pretty good in terms of Monday Night Football World Series action uniform-wise.
I like that.
It was kind of uniform.
You know what? I'm going to accept that take.
Baseball-wise, you can't get a better uniform matchup. Truly cannot. I really
Cardinals and Yankees.
Cardinals 3. I think
Cardinals
the Dodgers
would be on the Mount Rushmore at least, right?
Yeah, 100%. Cardinals are 3.
Sox, Tigers.
I just have a bold take. I like the Tigers play.
Watch it. Do I need the gloves?
I really like the
Thanks for having
Pirates
the EDF
uniforms.
group.
I love the Pirates uniforms.
You like the little train conductor hats that Cecilia Blante wore?
I don't like
you remember
those.
Cecilia Blante?
I did like the Pirates sleeveless uniforms.
Oh, yeah, with
they
the
had
black undershirt.
The black undershirts.
Yeah, I don't mind
the
those.
Roberto Clemente era.
But the P hat, the hat with the P on it, is about as good as it gets.
Jackson, which Asian American restaurant will you be catching the game at tonight? That's from Marsh's Burner.
Yeah, no Szechuan Chinese restaurants tonight.
That didn't play last week on Balloon Party, Doug, when Jackson said he won't be watching the Blues game because he's going to a Szechuan restaurant.
I don't even know you anymore.
It was really good. Cumin lamb.
You missed the entire
Human
Blues
lamb is what the man ate.
Oh.
That's a bad revelation.
Oh, it's
human
good.
lamb.
Did you say human?
Not human. Cumin. I'm Anthony Hopkins over here.
I don't
Sorry,
know.
Anthony Hopkins.
Thank you. It's been knighted.
OBE. No, cumin with a C.
What makes something cumin?
They put cumin in it.
And that's a spice?
Yeah.
Well, don't say, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a foodie.
Jackson, who cares what you think? That's from the 314.
They asked me. What do you mean, who cares what I think? Who cares what anyone thinks?
Yeah.
Welcome to the world.
True.
Hey, 314, if you had sex with your husband since that night. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. He's a chairman.
That's getting personal now.
Mr. Lick says Jackson is a China plant.
Whatever. This guy stinks.
Are you really?
Design Air Heating and Cooling is the sponsor of the email today, and it's coming up in a matter of moments. So far, only one person has ever won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day on HD1 airwaves, and that is Buck Swope. Can he do it again today to take a 1-goal lead over the JV golf coach with only 3 shows left in the month of October? Buck Swope could take command of this thing. That's coming your way. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. I'm a client. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. Why don't you become a client as well? And when you get your heating system ready for the cold weather months, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling with Seth Goldcamp, who I've known for a long time. Good people, and runs one incredible business. His great-grandfather started it, and the tradition continues now through 4 generations. Here's the deal. Here's your problem. We're going to fix it. We're not going to upsell you. That's what you can count on with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at designairservice.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way on the other side of the break. This is the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. It's TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin. back. Doug, this is it.
Yeah. I wish we could go 5-6 hours.
You think maybe 6 hours would be?
You think there's anyone in the country doing that?
Francesa did 4.5.
Probably people doing overnights that long.
Yeah.
For 6 hours on the air?
Just like takes a plenty is what it's called. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Krupin. Munganess, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. That's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. It's not an anti-other Munganess place. We're just a pro-Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Those are the ones supporting this particular program. And Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. And it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Doug, a great has returned.
Who's that?
Guys, Plops here.
Oh.
On behalf of the National Association of Morbidly Obese Rappers, I'd like to officially welcome you to the FM dial in my favorite station, 101. With you guys in Morning Drive, then Porcelli's Deli at middays, 101 is a shoo-in for massive success, just like all the other stations TMA has been a part of. 590 The Man, KFNS, 920. I could go on all day. Listen, I wanted to say a few things about the World Series, as well as that rumor that the Cardinals might be for sale, but I'm pressed for time. I'm meeting my pastor over at Faces on the east side for boy brunch and a little dancing, so maybe another time. Thanks, glad to be here. That's from Misty Plops, and I think he's TMA Hall of Fame all day.
Misty Plops.
I really do. I think he might be first ballot.
What's a boy lunch?
Flip that off. It's boy brunch.
Double B.
Show prep.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So I did a thing last Friday. I got my boy tubes tied. 4 kids in, and my wife has had enough. She put her finger in my chest and one in my boil and gave me a stern talking to. She didn't want me fertilizing her father's mud eggs anymore. But, honey, Papa said he would clean out his colostomy bag so I wouldn't have to pull out anymore. That's on him, not me, I argued. Nope, that didn't work. She scheduled me for a snip sesh, and I actually followed through. Sure, it hurt a bit, and I'm down and out for a week or so, but the broadside is I can go to the Arnold Elks Lodge every Thursday night again for all-you-can-top Gilf night.
Oh.
Win-win. That's from Adam from Lee May.
Gosh. Adam from Lee May.
Okay, so just to be clear, you guys want me to listen to TMA for 20 hours per week? I have a job. I have a family. How am I supposed to devote that much time to a bunch of Mizzou honks desperately trying to figure out how to spell squirrel? Even Martin can't make it through an entire show for crying out loud. Doug finds this new schedule so overwhelming he's about to take 3 days off, and he gets paid for this crap. You expect me to suffer through this for free? I don't think so. And the TMA fan page agrees. My phone was literally overheating yesterday from the nuclear meltdown occurring on Facebook. That's right. We have a TMA fan page on Facebook, and we advise you to join it. Jackson's the moderator. And Jackson, are you letting everybody in?
Yeah, we're doing wonderful things over there.
There you go. There were dozens of posts claiming that TMA is now garbage. Newsflash, it's always been garbage.
Yes, there you go.
The trash just lingers until 11 o'clock now. I don't think the criticism's fair, though. Anyone who expects a radio program to hit its stride before year 30 is being unreasonable. Everyone just needs to relax. Look, I miss Iggy as much as the next fella, but retirement has been calling his name for over a decade. He's probably even being spoon-fed tapioca at the Gatesworth as we speak. On the bright side, at least he didn't receive the old Yeller treatment that many listeners demanded.
Ew.
Sure, Iggy's name should probably be removed from the TMA STL Twitter bio.
Oh, rats.
Sounds like Jackson might have left a putt out there.
I took it out the Instagram.
But what's the rush? After all, your Twitter photo still features the board op who quit 7 months ago.
That I'm not changing.
One current host.
That picture's
You guys
great.
must be too busy breaking down hard-hitting topics like Fat Joe's knees to notice these things. Doug, that's the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Hey there. So I saw that post from the station about nominating yourself for Listener of the Month. Yeah, Milagro Tequila sponsors that. And I thought, why not take a walk on the wild side? Think about it. You up on that metaphorical stage, headphones on, deep in the throes of DJ devotion, crowned the supreme listener of the airwaves. It's a little thrilling, don't you think? And then Jack, good old Jack, chimed in with a comment that really got me laughing. Quote, The award should come with a complimentary psychiatric exam for anyone who would listen to this crap for a whole month. Ah, Jack, always keeping it real. But between you and me, maybe it does take a little crazy to commit so passionately to the cause of, let's call it, auditory ecstasy. Just think of it as a bit of kink, audio style. So, should we go ahead and put your name down for the title, the glory, and a chance to drive Jack absolutely nuts? Or maybe we'll just keep this little fantasy to ourselves. Looking forward to your thoughts, or maybe just to a little naughty listing parties. Yours devotedly, the Loomster.
Oh, the Loomster.
Yeah, Loomster, he was runner-up for TMA Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2022, Doug?
Second place, bridesmaid, didn't win.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where a self-described member of the olds feels free to drop in at any time and sit on hold for 24 hours in order to update us on the goings and comings and comings and goings on the TMA fan page on Facebook. Cue Mike Lee, fan page drop. Nope, no drop. Libby Jack needs to stop pleasuring himself to Paulo Banchero highlights and play some effing drops. But VIP, Pat is right. They're not happy on that TMA fan page. That TMA kiss-ass number one had a heel turn into TMA bitch-ass number one. Hey, dorks, you don't need to live blog your rage about not hearing Billy Gilman or complain about a 50-something realtor's email of the day not featuring any South County-based gay erotica. Meanwhile, over at the TMA subreddit, the response is surprisingly measured and relatively positive. Well, except for Jackson the commie. He thinks the show sucks and announced his departure like a true message board tough. This email is sponsored by organic fractionated coconut oil. If you're a white guy who lives in Pasadena Hills who wants to experiment with different positions and different holes, use organic fractionated coconut oil. Up next, we have a feisty caller, Lisa, who wants to hold John Mozeliak accountable for hiring all these inexperienced managers who, yes, had some regular season success with a veteran roster, but ultimately crapped the bed in the postseason. He can Mo-splain it all he wants, but I think it's clear Mo was bothered by TLR going over his head to force moves, and since then has hired managers he can count on to not challenge his authority, or in Chaim Bloom's case, someone he can count on to keep his mouth shut for the next year. Okay, gotta go now. I need to fire up Back to the Future and watch Marty go to meet his 50-something male friend in a mall parking lot at 1:15 in the morning. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Doug, what you got?
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning. I really appreciate Buck Swope and all the work he puts into it, but I kind of like JV golf coach today.
JV golf coach gets the nod. Jackson, where are you going?
Misty Plops.
It's great to have Misty. I mean, there were so many wonderful challengers out there. I'm going to go with Misty Plops. Misty Plops is
Congratulations.
the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. What a glorious return. He came back like Jordan, but not wearing the 4-5, wearing the 2-3. BK and Ferrario are up next for Jackson, Bennett, Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin, Joseph, Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas, Elvin, Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been the Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Krupin.